Oh,
Hello, everybody. We are back again on this Friday night. Hope everybody's having a nice evening. We've got just members of our group today. We've got Frankie from the UK. We've got Series on this Friday. Hope everybody's having my feed's playing. Let me just turn my feed off. That was a good start. Oh, that's off now. Sorry about that, guys. We've got Frankie from the UK, obviously Series, my group partner from Holland, Patricia, the UK. We've got Robert from America and me. So hello, everybody on the panel, and hello, everybody in the chat room. Robert.
thank you. It's pretty fascinating to see the world with a new perspective. The world that we live in is so different than the world that I remember growing up as a child, because largely for a couple of reasons. One of them is I was born again about almost 3 years ago on Halloween, and God took up residence in me and changed me. He gave me a new perspective. I came to the truth about that, and then it was revealed to me that so many of the conspiracies were connected within what's called the global lie, or the global conspiracy, loaded with globalists, they're called. And it's all very interesting to see it now from this vantage point. So we're coming up on the 4th of July weekend. Tuesday is actually the 4th, and there will be a lot of fireworks going off around the world. And I want to use them for a little different purpose if I'm able to. I plan on going to the Door County Peninsula in Lake Michigan in the United States. That's not the same location. It's the same body of water that Joshua Nowicki took the photograph of the Chicago skyline. Well, from the vantage point where I'll be, I should be able to see fireworks going off at a variety of locations. When I was there approximately 2 weeks ago, shortly after sunrise, actually it was a few hours after sunrise, I could see buildings on the shore of Lake Michigan that were between 80 and 100 miles away from where I was located, which would obviously be beneath over a mile of curvature that's totally missing. It's not there, obviously. Many of us know that. And the point of it, too, is that the perspective of that changes so radically with the moisture that was in the atmosphere, and the lighting is very important. When if I sit in the chair and turn around, it gives a different view of the lighting, the way it maybe comes across on my face, but it also has that effect on buildings and so forth. So during a sunrise, the buildings that are illuminated by the bright light of the sun, when it's like that, can show just a gorgeous silhouette of the structures that are there. Well, more than a silhouette, it makes them really pop. Now, in a sunrise situation, then we've got the darker atmosphere behind the building quite often. So it showcases them, and we can see the distance verifiable because of geographic locations. Now, when I was on Washington Island at about 7 miles off the tip of the Door County Peninsula, that goes out into Lake Michigan. You can see it if you care to. For the sunset, I was able to see cell towers in Escanaba, Michigan, which were over 80 miles away and supposedly beneath over a mile of curvature that's obviously not there. And so my trip over there was all verified and projected with live broadcasts on Facebook. It puts the date and time stamp there and shows that I'm actually on a boat, on a ferry, going over to an island, and from that island, you can see where the sun sat from the perspective where I was at and where the lights appeared. It's all there. It's not computer trickery. It's not fakery. I don't have a missing fourth wall. I typically will do a 360-degree pan, and I like to include landmarks.
Robert, you haven't actually explained what you do. What do you do every single day?
Well, it's never the same. However, the theme is basically to show people the world that we live in from a perspective to engage the intellect and the heart and the mind. So yesterday when I had breakfast with my dad and I post a picture with him and I put eternal perspective, some of you know I'm visiting our sons and my dad up in Wisconsin, and he's at a nursing home. So he's got a different perspective. Perspectives, we all have them. What I really enjoy doing is using the modern technology of the cinematography of, let me grab it, the P900, which is in the house, but the iPhone, where I'll do a live Bible broadcast, or like this morning I did a sunrise broadcast to show flat water, the wildlife around, the beauty and majesty of God's creation. It's all about the creation. Well, it's not all about the creation. It's the fact that we are created, and therefore the Creator, God, I believe, the embodiment of in the flesh of Jesus is the person of God that I've come to know, that lives in and through me, and I want to introduce humanity to Him in a manner that's a bit different. I'm not asking for money. I'm not fundraising. I'm not asking you for anything. I simply intend to be a catalyst for consideration. I'm not a repository for all the answers to theological questions or the cosmology of the world that we live in. What I do like to show would be things like this. It's a water jug, and the water fills the container. You got a picture of this jug, or one like it, where the water is crashing against it, and there's still a level, undisturbed water inside. Now, that only lasts for a moment because of shock transfer. As soon as that wave hits it, it's going to make a wave inside the jug. So the perspective sometimes lasts for just a moment. And in that moment in time, I can capture that and share it, and then we can look at it from a unified perspective. Go ahead.
I just was listening, but Robert, you've got your own YouTube channel, haven't you?
I do. I don't have many subscribers at this time, but that's okay.
One of the you put most of your stuff on Facebook. Do you want to say your name in case people want to find you on Facebook?
Sure. Robert Foertsch, and I can't make it in reverse, but that's how it looks in reverse right there. You could freeze it and figure it out if you want to. Robert, Foertsch, and that's the name of my YouTube channel. And then my phone number is 1 for the country code, 843-504-1776. You can call me anytime. If I can't take the call, I just don't take it. It'll go into voicemail if I need to be doing something else. But I do end up corresponding with people at any given time of the day and from any place in the world. So, like, thinking of perspectives, what time is it in the call? You're 5 hours ahead of where I am right here. And we largely base that on a position of the sun primarily, because you've got your daylight hours, and they.
Robert, does that mean that you've gone an hour back to me, an hour forward to me? Because you've obviously visiting your son at the moment, but you come from North Carolina.
Well,
so
actually, so
is it an hour behind there?
Well, yeah, I came from South Carolina, but there I'm 5 hours behind. Here I'm 6 hours behind. But that car right there,
Right.
that one I left the time the same, just to kind of keep it straight. It gets a little bit funny sometimes in the wee hours of the morning. It helps me remember that, oh, around 6 o'clock in the Myrtle Beach area, the sun is appearing. And I wanted to share a bit with you about that. The day that I left to come to Wisconsin, I did a live broadcast in the morning. It was sunrise at the beach, pretty much like I do many mornings. What I didn't realize would be the time difference of the sun above the horizon. That day that I left 2 weeks ago today, the sun was visible above the horizon for 14 and a half hours. And then at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I drive to Wisconsin, which is northeast, approximately 1,200 miles in distance that direction, and about 700 feet of elevation above sea level. And what I found out is that the sun was visible from this perspective in Menasha, Wisconsin, for about a 1 hour longer than it was in Myrtle Beach. And it's still happening now. The exact numbers, I don't know the exact amount of minutes. I don't keep track of it every day. I don't need to. Suffice it to say that that anomaly, it's not an anomaly. It regularly occurs. That's obvious that the sun isn't 93 million miles away and then we see it appear and vanish because of an imaginary rotation. That's all science fiction. I prefer reality. I unplugged myself from the imaginary make-believe world of the mainstream media and the official narrative. So I see things a lot different. Now, I understand there are some people that would say your Jesus is a figment of your imagination and he's another fairy tale and a cog in the gears of the Illuminati for mind control and deception. Oh well, it works for me. I was set free from a bondage of addiction, and I'm so grateful for that. I love life and I enjoy it. Today's broadcast was very emotional for me because I was very nearby the hospital. Excuse me?
I said, oh.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was at a park that was basically in 1929. I read it off of the marquee. I'll post it. It's a little monument. And a lady of the Kimberly Clark family of Kleenex, Huggies, and all that. They were a very and are a very wealthy family, and they helped take a beautiful area that was going to be taken over by a wealthy individual and made their personal estate. And she heard of that and wanted it to be kept for public enjoyment. And she converted it into, she bought it and then made it into basically a park that people could enjoy. Right in the view of that park that was named after her father, they also built the Thea Clark Medical Facility. And that's where I went when I was taken there in a helicopter for a life flight. It's the helicopter that they bring people in that are in really bad shape. And I was on Prozac and Depakote for a period of time that I didn't want to live anymore and I wanted to die. So I took a bottle and a half of Tylenol PM. And as I'm doing that sunrise broadcast, a helicopter is coming towards me. You can see it and hear it. And it wasn't the helicopter that took me for the flight, because that helicopter crashed and the crew died about a week later.
Oh,
And
no.
I've had multiple near-death experiences, and I mentioned a couple of them there. I won't go into them all now. Suffice it to say that what I mentioned about the lightning strike where I was hit by lightning, that's on my YouTube channel, and it's called Struck by Lightning. It's an interesting little watch. Yeah, you can see fishermen fishing, and I kept recording because I believe that's what Jesus wanted me to do. Even though I knew the possibility of getting struck by lightning was there, and it occurred. Now,
yes, I remember.
Yeah, and I used to believe that God would test me to see what I would do. He already knows all that. What he wanted me to see is what I would do with the belief that he wanted me to keep doing that, to keep recording. So I did. I kept recording, and I was struck by lightning. The 5 surf fishermen were struck by lightning, and they kept fishing and catching fish. It's all pretty interesting.
Yeah, you were lucky that day.
Well, you know, I understand you say lucky. I'm just really grateful to be a child of God, and nothing's going to happen to me that he doesn't cause or allow. And it's with that backdrop that I approach this situation, because we know that depending on the circumstances, people meet apparently deaths by natural causes. They can give people, who are they? Satan's children, and that can give people heart attacks and apparent deaths by natural causes. Oh well, I'm not afraid. and so from that perspective, I get to enjoy life. I'm not afraid to live, die, or tell the truth about what the wicked rulers of this world do.
The most committed flat earthers I know, Robert, in the fact that you're out there every day taking photographs.
Well, yeah, it's really enjoyable. Now, when I took that ride around Lake Winnebago, what I found so fascinating is just the beauty of the reflections of the lights and the water that would reflect the light off of the flat roadway and all of that. It's the clues that were all around us, or all around me for a lifetime, have now become much more obvious. So that's part of what makes it so interesting and enjoyable. Is each day is pretty much a new adventure, and one of the variables that enters into that is the interaction of the people that God has me meet. Quite often they come up to me when I'm out on the beach, and I'm using a gallon jug of water to illustrate that point of undisturbed water is flat, and it gets there pretty quick. That's pretty amazing. I can tip it and support it, and you'll see the reflections all around it. The glass itself is actually made from high clarity and quality sand. I believe silica sand goes into a glass like this, which has pretty good optics. In fact, the sun can be magnified through this to such an extent that it will cause combustion. So I've actually, on a live broadcast, burned a hole through some cardboard, and I can actually start a fire with magnified water, magnified sunlight through the water, I should say. So these are repeatable, observable circumstances. That's just pretty much what it is. Now, these clues that are all around us are all around whoever is interested in looking for them or not. Those clues are there, whether people want to see them or ignore them. So the water that's really level and flat when it's undisturbed, and then the obvious shape of the land that's around, from over 5.5 miles tall to the depths of the ocean, supposedly over 7 miles. So it's pretty fascinating to me, the way that all works. The energy that's in the water is pretty fascinating. water itself, this is highly purified water. It has more clarity. If you're drinking tap water, or you want to see what's in your tap water, when water is frozen, especially tap water, and then it's put into a glass to let thaw, the dissolved solids precipitate or drop out of the water. And with a lot of tap water, like around here, is going to be between 500 and 600 parts per million. That's going to be about 1/4 of an inch of paste or sludge that's in the water. It could be all kinds of mineral deposits, fluoride, chlorine, as well as it could very well be other people's prescription drugs. I don't want to.
That's nice. Then.
Yeah, it's a bit nasty, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the purified water is.
You drink distilled water, don't you?
Well, it's actually reverse osmosis and then carbon filtered. So it's much like distillation in the quality and clarity. It's just that this water came from a machine at a grocery store that has that technology. It's really effective, and I have a machine at home that does that. They're pretty reasonable, less than $200. I installed it myself, and then it'll purify the water for years. I change the filters about once a month. The filters, the carbon filters, absorb the organic chemicals and that type of thing. The chlorine and all that. It's good that the chlorine is in there when it's doing its thing getting here, taking the microorganisms and killing them. However, when it comes to putting the water in my body, I want it to be really clear, really clean, and very effective at nourishing my cellular tissue and removing the toxins from the body. When I had the Tylenol PM overdose, that's a sleeping pill and a pain reliever, it shuts the liver down. Very few people survive it. They said it was a miracle that I did. So and Tylenol is very damaging to the liver when it's regularly taken. It can be, especially with an event like what happened to me. So to facilitate better circulation in the body, I massage my arms and my whole body with coconut oil in the shower after I exfoliate with baking soda and nylon gloves. I want the skin to absorb oxygen really well, and I want to be nice and clean and well kept. Sloughing off the dead skin gives me a more youthful appearance, and the skin is more elastic, gives me a younger appearance. It's good for the hair, nails, skin. I put 8 ounces in a half a gallon of my coffee, and then I emulsify it. The emulsion is where oxygen and the atmosphere is basically blended with the oil and the water and the coffee mixture. Now, what I would say is, some would say, oh, the jug's half empty or half full. I would say it's completely full, 100% full. Up here we have the atmosphere. Down here we have the water, okay? So it's completely full. And if I were to just put coconut oil in the coffee without emulsifying it with a high-speed blender, what would happen is this would still be a very dark color, much like the color of my phone. And what happens when I spin it with the blender, it's called a Ninja, it adds the oxygen and hydrogen, it blends it all together. It creates what's called an emulsion. So the coconut oil is a brain food. But it also nourishes the overall physiology of our bodies. The other thing that I'll do that's pretty important, and I'm mentioning this because I do believe the photography that God helps me capture is very interesting, and it's worth looking at. And part of the dynamic of that is exercising my near and far distance using the photography equipment, the Coolpix Nikon P900, but also looking at the distances near and far without any equipment. It helps me to exercise my eye muscles. I used to wear prescription glasses. I no longer need them, and I don't use them. So that's pretty amazing. Now, as far as how am I doing emotionally? Excellent. This morning I had a good cry. I choked up a bit. I saw, well, it's okay. I saw a generous lady reach out to the community and humanity in general to provide a place where they could go and enjoy the beauty of God's creation. That same family constructed a medical center that saved a lot of lives. I'm one of them. Now, in 2005, when that occurred, I was in that hospital when Hurricane Katrina wreaked havoc in this world that we live in. Well, at the time, I didn't realize weather modification had been going on for a long time. So I'm sure that there were components of weather modification that were taking place. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey!
The Morgile.
Hey guys,
Hey,
check. Can you hear me okay?
I can. I was being cheeky, John, because I was talking to you to say that I was talking about another hangout, but I thought, hey, I'll just send you the link.
Yeah, well, mine as well. I had a few minutes to spare, so yeah, I just figured I'd say hey to you guys. Not to interrupt, I was interested in hearing. So were you saying that you used to wear prescription glasses, and then what did you do to get off of them?
Well, there was a program called Omnivision, and they had the doggone Illuminati icon in their stuff. And so I think they're an Illuminati group, but I still learned about exercising my ocular muscles, my eye muscles, by looking at the near and far, having a focus of the near and the far, up close and far away. That exercising restores vision as well as really good nutrition, and keeping the bad stuff out, putting the good stuff in. That's all a part of it. But yeah, the group I think is an Illuminati thing. Go ahead.
So we've got Ryan. Ryan, you might have to mute yourself. Ryan,
hey everybody!
Come on, we've got Jon the Morgile with us.
Part of it. But yeah, the
Robert? Somebody's got something
Yeah, that's not me. I've got myself muted on my end. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan, you'll have to come back in a minute. Sorry, Robert.
Somebody muted me. Am I unmuted?
Yeah, but there's something going on. We can hear somebody talking.
Oh, yeah.
We're playing the hangout.
On the background.
How you guys doing?
Do you have the stream on the background, Ryan?
Ryan, we can hear the hangout going in the background.
Yeah.
Does anybody? Do you hear it?
Not now.
Good now? Okay, I guess it was me then. I closed that. I'm sorry. I'm a rookie at this. That was definitely me.
Wow,
Yeah, it
it's
was
so cool to have
definitely-
that nice clear sound.
How you guys doing? Sorry, yeah, that was me.
USA evening this evening, because obviously John's from the USA, Robert's from the USA, and Ryan's from the USA.
Yes. How you guys doing?
So Jon Morgile, I just wanted to mention what I don't know if you had heard earlier, but we've got with the 4th of July festivities happening actually in a lot of locations around the world. They're landmarks to show us distances. I'll be going to the Door County Peninsula in Lake Michigan, really close to where, well, that's the body of water where Joshua Nowicki took the shot that gets so much attention. What I want to do is utilize my Nikon camera and to be able to focus in on fireworks displays that have landmarks established to them and will show us verifiable distances. About 2 weeks ago, when I was in Door County, I was able to see between 80 and 100 miles an hour in two directions. One on the island, Escanaba, Michigan, from Washington Island, and then the edge of Michigan from Northport on the end of the Door County Peninsula. I couldn't capture a shot of the last mention simply because of moisture, but on my profile I have about a 42-second video where you can see cell towers from Washington Island after the sunset right in that direction, and Escanaba's there between 80 and 100 miles away beneath over a mile of missing curvature. It's not there, obviously, we know that. But this is also for people that want to say, hey, where's the curve? I can't find it, and I don't feel the motion, and we still got monkeys.
I keep seeing people keep taking pictures, and I keep saying, you see that nice straight line at your eye level? Never curved.
Well, and what's really interesting too, I was looking at this last night, but there's a world record for distance landscape photography, and it's from an elevation of like 2,000 meters, but it's the target is a peak that's like 273 miles away, and it's 4,000 meters, and you can clearly see the whole entire mountain range, so there's no vertical curvature. But the other thing I was looking at too would be when you're looking at that much left to right across the horizon from 273 miles away, it comes out to be, and I did the math, actually I had to restart my computer, but it comes out that the center of that horizon line 273 miles away should be something like, I don't know, it was about 1/10 of a mile higher than the sides. And yeah, so not only do we not see vertical descent going away from us, obscuring objects due to curvature, but we also don't see this sort of frowning effect of the horizon from very far distances. So yeah, I mean, it's really, there's just so much good information and observations and long distance photographs and just so many millions of things that all prove flat Earth. It's just amazing that there's people that are still on the other side of this debate, trying to use the same old nonsense like I don't know, Christopher Columbus and Eratosthenes.
Those are their two main ones. They always jump to them first.
Oh yeah, definitely. And don't forget Einstein.
Okay, we were all asleep and none of us saw it, but in the last few years there's masses of information to say you can't see a curve, and you can see the way the horizon is. So I'm just a bit surprised that more people haven't kind of woken up with information much. As time's gone on, there's now masses of information, so I'm just a bit surprised that more people aren't waking up.
I think there are, though. I really think they are, because I don't know, and I'm certainly no expert in this, but I've been a vocal flat earther for over 2 years, and when I put out my first video, obviously it wasn't my best work, but it had some good points in there, and it was very controversial. However, once you get a year into it, then you notice that there's lots of people that get it, and I think even 2 years into it, it's almost obvious that at least in the YouTube community, or at least the ones that are into looking at this sort of thing, it's always very clear that the majority of people are flat earthers, at least on YouTube. I mean, that's my consensus. And when I put out videos that get a lot of thumbs down, to me that's a good sign, because I'm reaching a new crowd. I'm reaching, I'm getting more controversy out there, because frankly, controversy is good. We want people debating this. We want people discussing this. And when all you're ever getting is nothing but thumbs up, then to me that sort of shows an echo chamber sort of situation. But when you get controversial stuff out there, then you're going to have people that disagree. And I think that shows that we are reaching a wider audience at sometimes. But yeah, I think that way more people are awake to flat Earth. I mean, I've been approached by teachers, college professors, parents, grandparents, pilots, pretty much any sort of walk of life you can think of, I've been approached. And yeah, there's lots and lots of flat earthers out there, but not everybody makes videos, and not everybody can talk about it openly. Like doctors and high profile actors can't come out as flat earthers because frankly it'll ruin their career. So I think it's much bigger than we're led to believe, because it is really obvious. But frankly, like, a medical doctor can't tell his patients the earth is flat or he's going to lose his license. So there's a lot of that too.
You mean there's a lot of
of how
license is always within the corporation.
That you're getting a more response than I would. I think because I haven't really contacted everybody I know and mentioned it. I think because you really have put yourself out there more. You've gotten more of a response over those 2 years that you've been doing it. And I think if or everybody else just keeps continuing to really do what you do, which is just go all out, and I think we'll get more of a percentage of people that are actually responding. Like you said about the people on YouTube, it's really about the people that are searching, that want to know. And that's, it's really, there's a certain type of people that will search and want to do that. And it's kind of hard to find the people that aren't, or that just don't care. But as long as you're contacting and communicating and having the conversation, I think it'll eventually get there. People want to know the truth.
Right. And, I had this discussion with a friend of mine the other day that, flat Earth, I guess it can be varying levels of importance to people, because me personally, I was always very, very much into science and NASA and Star Wars, and I was like into that sort of thing. But you got to understand, there's lots and lots of people who didn't really give a crap about science, didn't pay attention, didn't think it was, a lot of people thought it was silly, and people were more interested in, I don't know, racing cars or, something other than science. But so, yeah, I think flat Earth is going to affect different people to different degrees. But when you realize that the entire modern paradigm is founded upon a fallacious philosophical construct, essentially the Copernican principle, then people really don't realize the depths to which their psyche has been molded by this this deception. And so it's hard. I think maybe it's harder for people to realize how important this is, considering some people don't take science and such very seriously. Sounds like I'm getting an incoming call on another Facebook. Sorry about that. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, man, the climate's a lot different than it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was very volatile. If you came out as a flat earther, you were basically it was like you were coming out saying the moon's made of cheese. Whereas now, there's so many people who recognize this and understand this. We do have a bit of a community support group to back us up, to where, like in the beginning, I was very, very heavy in my comments. Like I spent maybe more time in my comments than I did making videos, because I wanted to see what kind of arguments would come out. And, I made my future videos based on those arguments. And, after 2 years of this, and still no evidence for a globe, still no evidence for spinning, and just never-ending mountains of evidence for a flat stationary Earth, it really brings the question, like, okay, these trolls who claim to be globe earthers, who allegedly have been looking at this for 2 years, to me that's just impossible, that someone could look at this obvious self-evident fact for 2 years and come away with any conclusion other than the Earth is not a spinning ball. And so that leads me to believe that there's a lot of globe Earth trolls out there. And people like JLB have basically said that it's on flat earthers to prove whether there are actually paid trolls, trolling for globe Earth. But if you guys are familiar with the GCHQ JTRIG documents that I put in one of my recent videos, that is their tactics. They literally have government agencies set up to control online discourse by all sorts of very nefarious and quite dastardly tactics. So,
So we lost Robert. He's back. Yeah, no, that's perfectly all right. We like listening to you talk. I'm really pleased that you came on, because I said I was a bit cheeky, really. I just said I was being cheeky and you were there.
Well,
we're very glad.
Yeah, John, it's great talking to you, man. I always talk to you on Facebook and stuff. But Siri, how you doing again? Karen, good to see you. And Robert, nice to meet you. Clay, I was actually listening before I jumped on, and I think that's why the sound was a little screwed up. It's when I came over, it was still playing.
Don't worry. Don't worry, you're there now. Anyway, Robert, so John, you can keep talking. Everybody's muted really except you, so carry on talking. So you put a new video out the other day, didn't you?
Yeah, I've done a couple. In the last week, I did Flat Earth, Some Common Sense, which I think was pretty good proof for Flat Earth, yet some more proof for Flat Earth. And then I did one about Flat Earth Illuminati PSYOP, which is something that was pretty painful for me to do. Oh, and then the Trannies Everywhere video. So yeah, I've actually put out 3 videos in the last week or so. And did a hangout, and I'm doing a hangout at 8 o'clock Eastern, so in about 4 hours on my channel as well.
Busy.
Cool.
Yeah, but I
Ryan,
guess
Ryan wants to show a video later on, don't you, Ryan? But we'll do that later because I don't know how long John's going to stay with us.
Oh yeah. I'm actually going every weekday. I'm just gonna go 8 minutes before 8 o'clock until 8. I'm gonna stop. Just give every question, because the live shows I'm doing on Saturdays for about 25 minutes. Everybody comments and I don't have time to respond to them. So I'm just going to do it during the week for 8 minutes and tell stories and do Q&A and whatever.
Yeah, awesome, man. That's great. Awesome.
Thanks.
The reason why we have these live hangouts is that to bring people together, somewhere to be. You've just popped on, which is amazing because no one in the chat room knew that you were coming on. I didn't even know you were coming on, but it's and Robert's talking. Robert, we'll talk to you again in a minute and you can explain a bit more. But yeah, explain a little bit about your videos then, John.
Which one do y'all want to talk about?
Well, we did the transsexual one with you the other week. That is a funny subject, isn't it, that one? People don't like it very much in a way, do they? The transsexual bit.
It's really disturbing. I'm sorry?
It's a tough one. That's a tough one because it's so hard. It's a real thing, but then every person you start to think, is that a guy or is that a girl? It's like, can I stop doing that?
No, really, you're right. It is. It's very psychologically confounding because when you start looking at all of the celebrities in Hollywood, especially like the women and the models, when you break it down, they all have male skeletal structures, and that's very creepy. And so the big question is when there's all of these obvious transgenders in high profile positions in Hollywood that are male to female, then see, like, honestly, a few weeks ago, I had no idea there was such a thing as female to male. I literally had no idea that people did that to that level. And so it really makes you wonder about the male characters in Hollywood because a lot of them get married to these people, and so it is really bizarre. It's tough to deal with, and I only did the one video. I probably won't dedicate my channel to transvestigations by any means, but there are a lot of channels out there that do nothing but that. And if you actually give them the benefit of the doubt and just hear what they're saying and look at the science behind it, look at the biology behind it, there's a lot of good points to be made there. And in a way, this deception in a way is bigger than the globe earth deception. And somebody told me that, I'm like, that's ridiculous. There's no way this is bigger than the globe earth deception. But see, I'm coming from a position where I've always really been into science, and I really haven't been interested in the cult of celebrity, whereas I suppose probably at least half, if not more, of the at least American culture doesn't give a crap about science, and they really are into the worshiping of celebrity. And so in that sense, if this is true, if this is as widespread and pervasive as it seems to be, then the mind control effects will be greater on more people, again, because we've all sort of been raised with the television as our babysitter. The television equals truth. The news is always true, when in fact, we can't trust anything that comes from the television. But that's where most people's mindset lies, unfortunately. And it really seems like people are being deceived about their sexual interests, their sexual orientation, their own gender. And this isn't just recent. This seems to go back even as early as maybe the 30s or the 40s, or maybe even earlier than that. You know, they isolated the estrogen in 1929, I think, hormone, and then they isolated testosterone just a few years after that, and they started testing with it. But here's a little bizarre theory that I was sort of kicking around. Surely all you guys are truthers, you know about the whole blood drinking thing with the elites. Well, something that I was sort of thinking is, because I never understood why they would drink people's blood. I mean, it makes you go crazy according to what I've learned, and it's not really that good for you. But what if they've been doing this transgender thing for so long, where they were literally drinking the blood of the opposite sex in order to absorb those hormones to aid in their transgenderism? And I know this sounds like a creepy conspiracy theory, and it sort of is, but when you look at it in the context of this great deception of transgenderism in the public eye, then it actually makes some degree of sense that they would have been trying to transgender people in the image of Baphomet long before estrogen and testosterone were isolated. So yeah, we can move away from that topic. The Flat Earth Common Sense video, I don't know if we talked about that much, but it sort of uses one of the main things is the, when we did mention this already, but the land photography distance landscape shot, which is over 273 miles, and the tip top of the tallest peak at the target distance should be over a half mile below the horizon line. And so yeah, I mean, it's just one of those, just another one of those things where we can show there's no curvature. But you know, the globe earth trolls never talk about these sort of things. They try to use refraction, standard refraction, as if that's, you know, anything. There is no such thing as standard refraction, and it really appears that refraction would be working in the opposite direction. So it wouldn't be lifting up mountain ranges above the horizon. It would actually make them appear to be lower. And furthermore, the main point there was on the flat Earth, what we're seeing in terms of, you know, schooners going below the horizon, we're seeing the operation of perspective upon a plane. However, if the Earth was a sphere, not only would we see that apparent diminishing of size of objects proportional with distance, but we would also see the vertical descent due to curvature. And so to try to bring refraction into this argument is just beyond asinine, because you'd have a double effect. You'd have the apparent shrinking of size of distant objects, and you would have the actual vertical falling away of distant objects. And to say that refraction somehow magically makes mountain ranges from 273 miles away appear to be right in line with the plane, I mean, it is just absurd. So yeah, that was the other one.
Some of these things, when you really think about it, they are completely absurd, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And people who refuse to look at that evidence, I don't know. I just don't see that many people. Yes, I see people refusing to look at the evidence because I did that first, and I think we all probably did. But once you do start looking at the evidence, you can either become a flat earther or you can lie to yourself. You know what I mean? That's the only two paths there, or lie to others. You know,
it's as simple as that.
It really is, yeah. And that's why, you know, it feels really good to be on the side of truth, because we don't have to defend the truth. The truth defends itself. The truth is self-evident, and all we have to do is open people's eyes to it. We don't need to make a case for flat Earth. We don't need to prove it. We just need to, you know, show people that they've been deceived since they were toddlers. They don't live stuck to the side of a spinning ball. And if there was, if we did live stuck to the side of a spinning ball, we would all know it. It would be plainly obvious.
Yep.
We've got a little bit of feedback going on there. Is that you, Artis?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
There's a bit of feedback going on there.
Wait a second. Is it better now?
No. Do you want to sort it out?
Still?
You want to mute yourself? Artis? Can you mute yourself? I'm going to mute him. Sorry. Carry on, John. While he's sorting himself out, I've muted him.
No, I had pretty much said, oh, and, I did a few other things in the video. I would just tell everyone to check it out if you haven't seen it. It's called Flat Earth, Some Common Sense. I put it out within a week or two ago. And then, the most recent video is probably the most controversial video I've done in a while. It's the one Flat Earth Illuminati PSYOP. I guess you would probably have to watch that one in its entirety first before we could talk about it. I don't know if you guys have watched that in its entirety or.
No, I'm really sorry, but can you explain a bit to us?
Well, the video speaks for itself.
Sweet John, I've been really busy, but please explain it to
Oh,
us.
no, shame on you. Shame on you. You didn't watch a 4-hour video.
Really?
No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, I don't expect anybody to watch a 4-hour video. I really don't. But there's just a lot of information in there. There's a lot of information in there, and it's one thing that I don't do ever is ostracize or alienate fellow flat earthers. I've made it a rule to be welcoming and promoting, and just really trying to make new coming flat earthers feel welcome and help them to promote their channels. And so in one particular case, there is somebody who claims to be a flat earther, claims to be that they used to be a 32nd degree Freemason, claims that they are a practicing witch. And by the way, the only people in the world who used to be 32nd degree Freemasons are 33rd degree Freemasons. And so this whole thing is suspect right off the bat. But in listening to a hangout that this person did with a well-known, probably the most well-known Globe Earth troll, where they're getting along like, I don't know, bees and honey. And one of the most startling things was this alleged flat earther's #1 most influential book, which is called The 48 Laws of Power. And if you read a summary of the 48 Laws of Power, it's a book that was obviously written by a psychopath, and the book details how to manipulate and control people. And this same so-called flat earther sits around joking about J-Trig and Cass Sunstein and thinks that sort of thing is funny, when J-Trig is essentially it's a government psychological operation where they steer the conversation of online discourse by false flag operations, disrupting or discrediting proponents within the movement. So you really have to watch the video in its entirety, because I go over, I mean, it is 3 hours and 45 minutes, so I go over a lot of information, but essentially the crux of the video is calling out someone who's gaining a lot of popularity in the flat earth movement, who is using obvious J-Trig tactics, not even mincing words about it, essentially admitting to it, thinking that it's funny. And I really just wanted to warn people in the flat earth community not to be deceived by a 33rd degree Freemason witch. And I'm getting a lot of people who understand and agree with me. There's lots and lots and lots of people who have been saying this, and I didn't make this video because I don't like someone. I didn't make this video because I'm jealous or I feel threatened. I made this video because I love flat earth. I love the people in flat earth, and it's the most important thing in my life. And when I see clear as day somebody that's being put in place to destroy a public effigy of flat earth through a series of stunts that will be coordinated with the media, then I have to call it out. And if the goal of my video was achieved, then the trajectory of events that will have changed because of my dissent will ultimately make me out to seem crazy, paranoid, or just attacking someone for no reason. However, had I not voiced my dissent and called this out, then the trajectory or chain of events would have been different, and for all we know, things could have been a huge catastrophic failure in the name of flat earthers, in order to spark a conversation in the mass media that flat earthers are essentially incompetent idiots. And that's the last thing that we need. Introducing ourselves to the mainstream media is to be by default considered possibly responsible for the death of a stuntman, and obviously incompetent idiots, because frankly, flat earthers are not incompetent idiots. Flat earthers, you will find, are some of the smartest, most open-minded, loving, trusting, caring people in the world. And what's happening is there is a meme or a facade facade of what a flat earther is being painted in the media by the likes of Shaquille O'Neal saying, yeah, the earth is flat because it looks flat, and oh, I was just kidding. And so you've got this sort of incredulity that's already being built up in the mainstream media towards flat earthers, and we really need to stick to basics on this. The earth doesn't have curvature, nor is it spinning, yet they're trying to turn the conversation over to if NASA is lying, the only thing that flat earth has got going for it is the ISS hoax, and if it turns out the ISS is real, then flat earth doesn't have anything going for it, which to any true blue flat earther is patently absurd, because in order to become a flat earther, you have to come to the very startling revelation that the entire heliocentric model is bollocks, and that the earth is absolutely unequivocally flat and stationary, and that is the only sort of person who goes around as a proponent for flat earth. And when I see people going around saying, well, I think the earth is flat, but I'm not sure, or I'm agnostic about its rotundity, and there's really nothing we can do to prove it, but, let's get this in the mainstream with a stunt where we haven't even read a 4-page document about the logistics, to me is just extremely disingenuous. And I would just say, whenever you've got 3 hours and 45 minutes to spare, watch the video in its entirety, because I may seem a bit preemptive with my angst or preemptive with my incredulity towards this character, although if you watch the thing in its entirety, you'll understand why. And it's because I watched that conversation 3 times before I started making a video, and some the stuff in there that is revealed is just so very obvious, and I just don't want to see an effigy of flat earth go down in flames in the mainstream public eye. And so that's what I'm hoping to avoid by putting this video out. And I do understand that if my video was successful, then the trajectory of events will change, and it will make me out to be paranoid, and it will be an attack on my credibility. But I don't care, because I know what may have happened had I not voiced my dissent. So that's pretty much what I'll say about that, unless anybody who has seen the entire thing has any questions.
Well, the other point as well is that sorry, series, 1 second, information. So that's the main thing, isn't it? And the other thing is, people say, well, what does it matter if it's flat? I hear. But anyway, series, what were you going to say?
I've seen the whole thing. One thing occurred to me, that actually one of those appeared on our live chat. Probably that particular troll we were talking about.
Oh, what, he was on our chat series?
He was on our chat, yeah. Last week somewhere, I don't know which one exactly.
All right, was it last night?
Not last night.
Okay. Oh.
Can I add? I really think that you do an excellent job of setting the right example of how to go about this, man. You are really positive all the time. Not to give you too much credit, but I really do appreciate everything you do.
Well, I appreciate that, man. And, I knew that I was going to be sticking my neck out on the line yet again, and I knew that I was going to be opening myself up to attack. But frankly, I'm very happy with the response that I got, because it was almost as if, yes, I got trolled a lot on that video, but I got so many more comments from people that were just like, thank you for finally pointing this out, because I'm not the only one that, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little feedback, but I'm not the only one that had sort of, bad vibes. And I don't necessarily prejudge people, but I also am usually a fairly good judge of character, and my gut instinct is usually spot on. And so if somebody gives me bad vibes at first, I don't hold that against them, but I may investigate them further. And with their own mouth, when they basically admit to just absolute malfeasance, like, I don't know, does any truther or flat earther think that it's cool to base your channel on, quote, Mussolini style fascism, end quote? quote? I think not. That is something that has no place in the truth movement. And if you read just the synopsis of this person's #1 most influential book, The 48 Laws of Power, you might want to bring a gag bag, because you're liable to lose your lunch if you when you realize that this person is presenting themselves as a truther in the truth community. So yeah, it is another very disturbing video. And what's even more disturbing is the specific backlash that I got from certain people whom I thought were friends of mine. And I won't say much more about that just yet, but it has caused a ripple effect in things to where, I don't know, I haven't watched last Sunday's Globebusters because this was the first Globebusters I've ever missed, actually. I had a little family emergency. Everything was fine, but I was told from a third party that that was the season finale, which was odd because we had been planning a show for this coming Sunday a couple weeks in advance. And for the last 2 seasons, we were told weeks in advance when would be the finale. So I don't know. It's just very strange. I don't want to cast any judgment or create any doubt. All that I did was expose an obvious J-Trig operative, and the backlash that I've gotten from specific people in the community has really disturbed me. But other than that, the community as a whole seems to be very grateful and understanding, and it's almost as if people are like, well, thankfully somebody has come out and said this, because it's like everybody knows what's going on with this particular person, but nobody that seems to have a large platform. Not that my platform is large by any stretch, but nobody's coming out and calling this out. And so again, the only reason I did this was not to hurt anybody. I did this is because I love the flat Earth community, and I don't want to see people deceived by this sort of malfeasance and insidious plans to discredit flat earthers in the public eye.
What I can add to that, if you see more people of the enemy lying, you are always heading in the right direction.
Yeah, agreed. Yep.
Thank you, Artis. Artis, I'm very sorry, but you just got a little bit of a buzz on your microphone again. He bought a new microphone as well. Can I just say that Oliver has joined in? Oliver from the other day, John? I gave him the link.
Hey, Oliver. Yeah, I think you were on with my show on the 23rd.
What's that?
You popped in on your birthday on June 23rd, right? That was your birthday?
I remember you. Yeah, what's up, man?
Barely heard, Bill.
Oliver, you're a little bit low. You're a little bit low on volume.
Right, wait a second.
Actually, Oliver, we can see your face today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Camera's working.
That's
can you
it.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you okay.
Good now? Okay, great.
So you've spoken to Ryan already?
Well, I just popped in the other day in a hangout, and he was there. That's a nice map you got there, man, on the background.
Oh yeah, I don't
Like
believe
Lisa.
in that map. I just use it for explanation purposes.
Yeah, it's cool.
So John was just talking about a couple of the videos that he's put out this week, because he's been a busy boy.
Oh yeah, I see. I was actually in your hangout the other day. I was with another Spanish flat earther that we were in your hangout, just listening to you. I think it was the hangout you were talking about IPS and all that.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what it ended up being, because I figured that people would have questions, and that's why I did it, because just to air, again, the goal of my video was not to create division in the flat earth community. So like, I'm not saying like, if you're friends with this person, then I'm not going to be your friend anymore. I'm just calling out a deceiver as I see it, and people, people are free to follow whomever they want. But if you watch the entire video, it becomes very obvious what's going on with this particular crowd.
Yeah, I was watching your long video, like 3 hours. I think I watched like 1 hour, 40 minutes or so. And it kind of became pretty, I mean, I agree with you actually.
It gets the second half is way, way worse. You have to watch the whole thing.
Right. I have to, yeah. It was just too long at the moment. I couldn't be 3 hours, but I'll definitely watch it.
I understand it. I told Karen, shame on you for not watching a 4-hour video. No, I get it. But yeah, definitely finish watching it because the second half.
But it was, I mean, it was quite ridiculous what I watched. Like the things he was saying, like the things IPS was saying in that hangout were very strange and quite reminiscent to other shields or agents that I've seen throughout the years in this truth movement. So yeah, I kind of agree with. I mean, of course, we can't know 100% if they're agents, you know, they are very, you know, weird things that he's saying and doing.
Okay, so since you didn't watch the second half, and I guess not everybody did. I think Siri was the only one that watched the whole thing. Later on in the interview, this person who claims to be a flat Earth truther is asked what are his top 3 influential books, and so the first one he said was 48 Laws of Power. Now I'm just going to read through these.
From Robert Greene.
Written by I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's Robert Greene. Yeah.
I don't know. But so here it is, and I'll just go. This is not the whole book. This is just a summary. It's a cheat sheet of all the 48 laws. And if you listen to this and juxtapose this with the tactics used by this person who claims to be a flat earther, and then maybe we can even look into some of the J-Trig documents because they like to laugh and joke about Cass Sunstein and J-Trig as well in the same interview. But okay, the 48 laws of power. Law 1: never outshine the master. Make those above you feel superior. Do not show your talents too much. It'll make them insecure. Make the master appear more brilliant than they are. Law number 2: never put too much trust in friends. Learn to use enemies. Friends will quickly betray you. Hire former enemies. They'll be loyal. Law number 3.
I've got the book actually. I mean, it was from my father. My dad had that book, and I think I read it once. I mean, it's a quite popular book. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And so would you agree that whoever wrote that book is a psychopath?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It just, some things that he says kind of make sense, but others are a bit weird.
Yeah. Well, if you go through all 48, it is very weird because it's basically a map for psychopaths to manipulate people.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Lots of them, it was like a map to manipulate people. Yeah.
Yeah, and so would you say on your list, would that be on your top 10 or 100 list of most influential books?
I mean, probably not. It seems a bit weird. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it seems a bit weird, but like, okay, in context of a flat Earth truther, I mean, is there really any place for deception? And let's see, courting attention at all costs. Let others doing your work for you. Win through your actions, never through argument.
In fact, it was like when I looked at what IPS was doing and his videos, his attitude, I thought about this book without knowing that he mentioned it. I thought about he was doing things that were mentioned in this book.
Really? So that's interesting because he follows it like a playbook. Law number 12: use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's just one. I mean, it goes on and on. There's 48 of these things, and just the synopsis. I'm not a clinical psychologist, but I can tell you right now that the person who wrote this book is a psychopath. I'm sorry. And they probably even admit it. I don't know. I haven't researched the author, but it is just disgusting.
Yeah, I think I used to follow him on Twitter. He has a verified Twitter account. Yeah.
Wow.
He has other books, kind of similar to that. Like, what was the other one? Kind of a bit occult, even. Like, he's probably a Freemason, to be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, if you look at his books,
definitely a Satanist.
Just research. His name is Robert Greene. I'll just put it right now.
Yeah, there you go.
We can look at his books. I mean,
just
put him in Google. You'll see the book there already. American author. All right. I think it's Mastery. I think it's his other book. You know, it's these kind of. I mean, he's probably a Mason. or some
Yeah,
involved
absolutely.
with the occult in some way.
Absolutely. And then the second most influential book was Escape from Freedom, which was written by Erich Fromm. It was about, he was a Nazi, and he wrote it about the sociological conditions which led to Nazi fascism in Germany and how the people just allowed it. And the book was basically a ponderance of whether or not that sort of fascism could be implemented in a democracy. And I think the big resounding answer to that is yes. And what they've done in America is they've made it in sort of an upside down, corporate fascism, because, with fascism, you've got obviously it's corporations and the government colluding. However, in the case of American fascism, the corporations are above the government, and in Nazi fascism, the government was above the corporations. But it's still the same thing. It's just inverted fascism. And so I think that Escape from Freedom is if you read, I've never read the whole thing, but I did read the summary a little bit. It just goes to show that they had designs on making democratic states or democratic countries fascist countries.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at things like Project Paperclip, where the United States government was literally bringing Nazi scientists and propagandists into America after World War II, it's not a big surprise that we eventually got such a corporate fascist government that we have today.
Well, they even brought Nazis before World War II to America.
Oh yeah, sure they were. But even after the war was over, there were some Nazis, and I'm an eighth German, so please don't say that I'm like against German people, because I have German blood in my veins, right? But there were Nazis that were allegedly, supposedly going to be tried for war crimes that were smuggled out through the rat lines to different countries and ended up in America as well. So whatever your view on the kangaroo courts are, that's sort of irrelevant. My point is like my grandfather and the people of that era would have been extremely upset to learn that Nazi quote unquote war criminals were given basically asylum and high salaries to work for the United States government after him and his four brothers spent years of their lives fighting against the Nazis in World War II. So it was a big sociological shit show, excuse the language.
Dee has a question in the chat room. Dee?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Basically, Dave Marsh asked earlier what I think Jaren's commented on your video, John. And
yes.
He was just asking what you thought about that comment. Sorry, again, I've not watched this and I don't know the comment, so I'm just literally bringing this in chat.
Well, okay, so I told Jaren the day before that I started working on this video that I was going to do it. And he like sort of asked me why, and I gave him some pretty good reasons, and I sent him a link to that interview and said, check this out for yourself. And it was sort of a strange conversation because Jaren, I don't know, I wouldn't say he was trying to talk me out of doing it, but he was saying things like, well, okay, what do you hope to accomplish by doxing him? Sort of playing devil's advocate. And I'm like, well, I just want to avert a crisis in the flat earth truth movement, basically, summing it up. And he's like, well, okay, so if you dox him, they're just going to replace him with someone else, basically. And I'm like, well, so what? But we still have to point out the wolves in sheep's clothing, at least as far as I'm concerned. And so it took me quite a while to work on the video, and it took literally like 28 hours to render because I was having issues with Vegas Pro, and I had to render it in super duper 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 high definition. And so the file ended up being 18 gigabytes. And so it took forever to render, and it took forever to upload. But it was what was strange to me was that after I had told Jaren I was going to do this, within 24 hours he did another live stream with this character. And one of the things that Jaren asked me to do is he was like, before you go doxing him, watch these two videos. I guess he had done an interview with one gentleman and another interview with the stunt man. And I told him, I said, Jaron, I see what you're saying, but you got to understand, it doesn't matter how these people behave in certain venues. I mean, they may come off at certain times as, you know, the most outspoken and the most, you know, the biggest doers, movers, and shakers of flat Earth. But at the end of the day, if their intentions are that of malfeasance, and if their intentions are to negatively impact flat earthers in the public eye, then what they do on specific venues is irrelevant. What counts is their true intentions. And I'm sorry, if you've seen the whole video there, the guy is dead to rights. I mean, he doesn't even mince words about it. It's very obvious that you know, everybody knows Timio has been a Globe Earth shill for years. That is his 24-hour full-time job. He never takes a day off. He doesn't take vacations or holidays. And if there is a flat Earth hangout somewhere in the world, Timio will likely be there, which is really odd. But when you think about the scope of JTRIG, it makes a lot of sense. And hopefully you guys read into those JTRIG documents, and there's lots more links in that article I linked up about JTRIG and their tactics. So in terms of Jaron's comment, you know, my biggest response to his comment was the fact that he commented on one of my videos, because I don't remember ever seeing a comment from Jaron on any of my videos. Maybe he's made lots of comments on my videos and I didn't notice them, but this was the first time I've ever noticed not one, but two comments from Jaron, basically, you know, calling me out. Because see, here was his argument. I kept using steam rocket, steam rocket, steam rocket, steam rocket to the Kármán line. But in the context of that hangout, and I can pretty much quote what Timio asked the so-called flat earther. He said, "Do you really think that they're going to launch a steam rocket from a balloon and get to the Kármán line?" End quote. And the answer was, "That's a good question. I'll wait for the 4-page PDF to come out, and I'll wait for some of these bigger interviews to come out before I make up my mind on that." Now, here's what I'm saying, though. Are you really going to bet the farm? Are you really going to commit flat Earth reputation to a stunt where you haven't even read a 4-page PDF, and you're going to say that launching a steam rocket from the Kármán line is a good question? Yes, okay, maybe they're not using a steam rocket from that original platform delivery system on the weather balloon, but in the context of that conversation, I was merely dissecting the conversation. And so whether they plan to launch a rocket, you know, a steam rocket from the balloon or some other delivery mechanism from the balloon, frankly, it's irrelevant, because the Go Fast amateur rocket went up to 72 miles, which is 10 miles higher than the Kármán line. So this thing isn't going to prove or disprove anything. I mean, why would there be curvature from 62 miles when there's no curvature from 72 miles, right? How could the Earth be spinning from 62 miles when it doesn't spin ever? So the idea that we need to marry flat Earth to this stunt is, first of all, preposterous. And the whole narrative that they've crafted is so obvious to me, it's ridiculous. So you mean to tell me that Mad Mike, this alleged stuntman, has been a flat earther for 2 years, but he waited for a billboard to be put up by you-know-who before he decided to bilk flat earthers for nearly $8,000 to put a sticker on the side of the thing when the damn thing's already ready to launch? That story makes absolutely no sense, because any real flat earther would put flat Earth stickers all over that rocket without having to see a billboard and without having to raise funds from flat earthers. I mean, that is just, it's just absurd. It's an absurd story. And yes, I can understand if you don't really think about what they're saying, the narrative sort of makes sense, because it puts this IPS character on more of a pedestal. One of the biggest comments that I got over and over again by people with penguin faces was that this character is bringing flat Earth out of the echo chamber. He's actually doing stuff in real life, like putting up billboards. Right, okay. And so maybe that's true. But is that to say that everybody in the flat Earth movement isn't doing anything because they're not putting up billboards? And by the way, this whole narrative of putting up a billboard, which somehow coerced this Mad Mike character who was a flat earther for 2 years, to decide to start a GoFundMe page to raise $8,000 to put a sticker on the thing, it doesn't add up. It is such a poorly thought out narrative that when you actually take a step back and look at what they're saying, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. And all I'm telling people is to be very cautious with this individual, and for flat earthers in general to be very cautious about what we marry our effigy to, because that is how the mainstream media operates. They will create a fictitious effigy, a straw man version of whatever the truth movement is, and they will destroy that effigy in the public eye on all of the mainstream channels and run it for weeks and weeks. And guess what? You've just put flat earth back 50 years in terms of getting it out to the general public, and I think that is the last thing that we need to do.
Good. That was well said, John.
Thank you. And by saying this, maybe things will change and it'll be a success, and then I'll look crazy, and I'm happy with that because I know that what my goal was worked.
I think you're absolutely right about how important it is to be sincere, but follow through with it, because what's happening is there are popping up little people like that who are destroying all of our credibility when they do things like this. And
yes.
Yeah, exactly. It really is exactly what you said. It throws us back 50 years, and that's exactly what the mindset. Every person you bring it up to, they have that cog D, and the more you take it out of being a possible reality, the stronger that's going to be for them. So by doing things like that, we just, every time somebody says flat earth, it's like, oh, those guys are idiots. And it's like we can't be doing things that would ever make us think, like, wait, you're not even using your real name. Wait, what are you talking about? Like, being sincere and real, and always just putting yourself out there and letting people at least feel if you're real. That's the only way we're going to really get through to them and actually make a change. These little things like this, they might get the word spread a little bit, but it's a bad image that people get about it. You know, it's not always a good.
Right. Well, and read the J-Trig documents. One of the tactics they use is using other people's names as a rule, and you know, for all we know, this character is going writing blogs, being victims of flat earthers and such, because that's the J-Trig tactics. And yeah, you made a really good point that it's not just this one individual. There's lots of people going around doing things in the name of flat earth, like graffiti or violence on people. You know, it was IPS who doxed the wrong guy, put out the name of this guy. His initials were JH. I'm not going to say his name. And what happened was the Penguin minions ended up enacting violence upon this person. And violence doesn't have to come in the physical form. Violence can be in the form of just in any way affecting another individual's pursuit of life, happiness, and liberty. And so by calling people's work and by threatening people and e-stalking people, then right there, and it wasn't even the right guy, all the while we find out that IPS is working in conjunction with Tim Osman, the guy who he supposedly doxed as JH. And so this whole thing is just super obvious. I mean, when you look at this from the 10,000-foot view and just the damage that's being done to flat earth by these particular individuals, I just can't believe that there are people who seem to be legitimate people who are following along with this and not discerning this obvious malfeasance and subterfuge.
Yes, usually those people put their feet in it for themselves, don't they, though, in the end?
Yeah, well, the truth always wins in the end, and I think especially now that we're in the midst of Revelation, there are a lot of demons getting caught with their pants down.
Robert got threatened, didn't you, Robert? Robert Foertsch got threatened, didn't you?
I did, and it was kind of interesting. Well, I got a note on my car. It's in my cover photo and profile picture. It actually was pretty serious. I don't want to take up a whole lot of group time with it. There was actually a guy who looked like a mercenary who's in my photo album. I put him there because I believe God wanted me to, and within a couple of hours, I got the note to never come back on the beach. And the guy that looks like the mercenary has a sword in his backpack, and I saw him about seconds after he walked on the beach where I was recording at the time. And it's kind of an involved story, but the enemy is ruthless, and angry and will stoop to, there's no level that he won't stoop to. And so I couch that or in the backdrop of there's nothing that's going to happen to me that God doesn't cause or allow. So I'm not afraid, and I'm certainly not going to be intimidated. In fact, it kind of adds a little bit more spring in my step, just so you know.
No, that's beautiful. That's really beautiful. Go ahead. I was just saying.
Sorry, John. Go for it, John.
Well, I was going to say that's beautiful because, you know, I don't fear people who can harm my body or my reputation, honestly, because, and this doesn't sound doom and gloomy, we're all going to die someday, and our reputations on this world amount to nothing. So I really don't fear anything, anybody that can do me bodily harm or reputational harm. I don't. The one that I fear is the one that will ultimately judge my everlasting soul once I'm beyond this physical plane. And so in that respect, you're right. I mean, it gives us, you know, as long as we operate in truth and not deception, then we are, you know, we're doing the right thing. And whatever they do, they can't take away our immortal or, you know, everlasting soul. So. That I just wanted to say that was well said. Yeah.
Well, thanks, John. You know, the other dynamic and the reason why I put that on my profile picture and cover photo, it's a way for me to communicate with a whole lot of people locally that really support what I'm doing, and they know me, and it really fired them up too. It actually had the net result was way more positive than negative. And so that's when the truth is exposed, it's powerful, and the enemy I think has a hard time with people that aren't afraid of them.
Right, because see, they thrive on fear. I mean, there's so much truth in the media and lies in the news. You know, like these movies you see, like Monsters Inc., these little children cartoon movies where they show you the truth. They thrive on people's fear. And when you're walking in the teachings of Jesus Christ, and you have faith in the Creator of all things, that He's in control, then you don't have anything to fear, and so they hold no power over you. And so I think that's why we see things like nuclear bomb hoax and chemtrail hoax and global warming hoax and war with Russia hoax, and everything is to keep people in a constant state of fear, not only because we're controlled more easily that way, but also because they somehow can, I don't know, supernaturally use that collective fear against us. Well, really, it's just for manipulation. It's for psychological manipulation.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Anything to keep the globe?
They will try to any level to get their agenda through.
Yeah, but if you stick your ground and you stick to your morals, then that's the best way forward, isn't it?
Indeed, but we are all already awake and we know what the truth is, and they trying to divide us and scare us, but it doesn't work anymore because we are already awake and we know the truth.
Yes.
Yep.
Dee, was there any questions from the chat room?
Just one so far from Jay Feeney. He's asking about people's thoughts on Rob Skiba's weather balloon. Or balloon, sorry. Yeah, weather balloon thoughts.
I haven't seen it, but I know Rob Skiba does some really good work. I've watched a lot of his stuff, but I don't think I've seen his weather balloon yet. So, and actually, guys, I'm gonna gracefully bow out here in a minute because I am doing a live stream on my channel in about 3 hours at 8 Eastern. That's on the Morgile. And I'm going to I got to walk my dog and get something to eat and stuff. But I did want to pop in and say hello to all you guys. And I'm glad that, you know, it seems like you guys are doing everything you can to promote Flat Earth. And I love that. I love to see it. And it's just really cool hanging out with you guys. And thanks to everybody listening live in the chat and everything.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
Listen, I'm doing my thing at 7:52 for 8 minutes, so I'll tell everybody to go make sure they see Jon the Morgile Christopoulos on YouTube.
All right, man. You guys take care. God bless, and I love you guys.
Thank you, Jon.
Jon, thanks for popping in. Thank you.
Okay.
Fun.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
So, sorry, what was does anybody want to answer that question on the balloon one? And that was really great that Jon popped in as well.
What balloon one, actually?
Dia, what was the question again?
Just anybody's thoughts on Rob Skeever's weather balloon?
I haven't had time to see it yet.
I didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm out of the loop because I'm trying to do so many things over here, but I got to get back into research, like my oxygen.
Well, I just came home before I joined the chat because I was visiting an elder person who I talk with all the time because he likes to talk about art and that sort of things. And he has no family, so I visit him and talk with him about art. So I just came home, so I didn't have a lot of research time the last days.
Oliver, have you seen the video? Oliver. Well, not many of us have seen it, but I've been really busy. I mean, we're on live hangout every night at the moment, and I've got to work, and I'm just very busy, so I haven't seen it. Sorry, chat room. Not much of an answer there.
Kind of.
Robert, would you continue with more what you were saying? That was interesting before. If you have any more on that.
Which particular subject?
Well, you mentioned something about water magnifying to start fire.
Yeah, exactly, and it kind of happened by accident. I had a water jug like this, and it was I liked the idea of the water being exposed to the sunlight, and I've been doing this for probably, I would say about 5 years, and the jug was in the grass, and all of a sudden it started smoking. It started catching the grass on fire. So that was like maybe 4 years ago, and I've been pretty convinced for about 1.5 years that we're not on a globe anymore. Okay, so it was way before that. But the idea too is that I would have to, when I think about the landscape of our yard, the trees and the buildings and the neighbors' buildings and all that, to put the jug in the sun, I had to keep moving it. And I thought, what's up with that? I know it's supposed to be lower in the different season in the winter for our hemisphere, supposed hemisphere. And what ended up happening was I just started watching where the sun was going. Now, about since I would say Halloween of 2014, I pretty much unplugged from the matrix of deception. The most of what's on the television, I wouldn't see it, wouldn't pay attention to it. So I would go out on the beach and I would watch the water, and then I would record the action of the waves coming in. So when we look at a glass jug like this, it's constructed from sand that's normally a silica sand, and then it's made in a mold. It's pretty fascinating, the physics and property of water. It magnifies as well. It'll magnify print. It'll magnify the sunlight, which actually creates enough heat to cause combustion. Now, one of the things too is the water is extremely pure, reverse osmosis, and then carbon filtered. So it has less than 3 parts per million of dissolved solids. And the way that the solids are measured is with an electrical current that can be put through the water. And I had one of these. It's called a Myron-L meter. You put a little bit of water in a beaker, and then there's a couple of electrodes that can tell you the parts per million based on conductivity. So that's water has fascinated me since I was a very young child.
Now, so you tested it before it was, I guess, as distilled as you can get it, and did it work less, or it took longer to heat up and cause combustion?
Well, I only used purified water. It always was for my purposes. I would take the purified water and expose it to the sunlight. So if you think about tap water, it goes through a lot of treatment, a lot of chemicals are added, and I want all those out. I want them. I want the chemicals out. As much of the harmful chemicals that are being integrated into the food supply and the water supply, I want them out. And what it does, I don't know if you know this, but the process of hemodialysis is where there's a renal failure or kidney failure in an individual. They need to have their blood cleaned. And what they do is they have a semi-permeable membrane, much like reverse osmosis for the water. They pass the blood next to the membrane and then a highly purified water next to it to extract the toxins from the blood. Because people reach a saturation level with toxicity in the blood. That's why we have kidneys that remove the toxins and then they pass out of the body. Well, some people don't have a very effective functioning circulatory system, cleansing system, the kidneys, the bladder, all of the different dynamics that circulate not only the blood but the liquid in the body as well. We're upwards of 70 to 80% water. I want it to be really good water. Why not? So I don't want my water in plastic, because this is what's called a very aggressive water, and it's a neutral pH, roughly 7. And
better than alkaline?
What's that?
Is that better than alkaline water?
Well, I believe it is, because the alkaline water typically doesn't have the filtration to remove the chemicals from it. At least that's what I understand, the chemicals and the dissolved solids. For a while I was drinking alkaline water, didn't like the taste of it, and I didn't like the fact that it wasn't having the other people's prescriptions or fluoride or the other chemicals removed from the water. So I just
how do you get your water?
Well, there's a process called reverse osmosis. I got mine from the Lowe's hardware store, or Lowe's Home Improvement. They also have it at Sears. They've got them at Home Depot. You can find them online. Reverse osmosis. It's an excellent technology. When the water is really aggressive like this, it will clean things really effectively. In fact, it will draw plastic estrogen mimicking chemicals from the water, which is one of the reasons why we've got a feminized population. The bottles of water that crumble up like a piece of paper, really thin, that's very unhealthy water to be drinking that has that in there. Now, also like Dasani, one of the brand names, has magnesium sulfate in it, an anticonvulsant. Why would I, or an anti-seizure chemical? Why would I want that in my body? I don't. So they can keep their chemicals, and I'll just take the pure water, the clean air, as clean as I can get, the healthy food, because I understand that we do have toxins integrated into our biosphere, or our world, so to speak, the air that we are breathing, and yet as I make an effort to keep the toxins out, put the healthy nutrients in, and part of those toxins too would be, hi son, oh thank you, to keep the negative thoughts out. I'm not a power of positive thinking kind of guy. I like to listen to God's word and realize or allow the fear chemicals that are actually released, the dopamine, not so much dopamine with that. I'm not exactly sure what the fear release is when somebody is tortured and murdered, and the human sacrifice that we hear of with the Illuminati, and then the consumption of that blood gives them a rush. What a wicked kind of a thought that is. But there are people that actually do that kind of thing. And the battle that we're in is basically a spiritual battle. And that's why since I was born again, I have a passion to hear, share, and obey God's word. And I encourage others to do that as well. So the biblical paradigm is, greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. I'm not afraid. And then one of the other important paradigms for this whole discussion, I believe, is that the irony and paradox of deception is deceived individuals don't know they're deceived. And if they've got expensive cars, nice houses, a lot of digits in their bank account, somehow people feel that lends credibility to their perspective. And it may, however, not necessarily. Some of those people are held hostage by financial responsibilities and that, and it causes them to acquiesce and go along with the deception. So I believe it's only by God's grace that anybody can love and believe the truth, let alone find it. So if somebody picks up the popcorn trail of a lot of these conspiracies and misses the one about Jesus being real, not a fictional fairy tale, and they need to be born again, and all of God's children will be, it's the most important fact of life. So that's why I'm so big about that. I'm going to take a breath and give some more room for somebody else to add in as you like.
Oh, it was very nice listening.
Hey, yeah, very nice. Can I ask you one question? If you have that
Yes.
purified water, do you also see less glass corrosion if you use it in glass and on windows? Probably.
Well, one of the other things too is because it's in the glass, it's not going to, corrosion won't happen, obviously, with glass. I will put it in a stainless container. Sometimes stainless steel is a pretty high quality container. As far as, is it more corrosive? I don't believe it's more corrosive than salt water. But here's something I want you to consider. Phosphoric acid is one of the active ingredients in sodas, and that will take the corrosion off of a battery terminal. It'll clean the rust off of a ferrous metal, like a bolt or a piece of sheet metal of a vehicle. Well, because it's acid, it actually deteriorates the aluminum can or the steel. They don't do much with steel cans anymore, but aluminum cans. And from what I understand, Alzheimer's gets its the terminology of Alzheimer's from aluminum. Now, I don't know if that's exactly accurate. However, there's a lot of people with Alzheimer's that seem to have had an exposure to the toxic metal aluminum. It's in the cookware, in the soda cans, and also in chemtrails. Also, the deodorants too. So I'll utilize baking soda for personal hygiene to clean and to deodorize and to neutralize odor. Go ahead.
I'd like to add something about the Alzheimer's, the aluminum. Actually, my grandfather was in World War II. He was a Marine on Iwo Jima, and he was actually a radio man. And he got shot in the back, but it hit the radio, and he ended up surviving. He ended up having Alzheimer's, and it got so bad over the last 25 years of his life. He died about 82 when he was 82, or no, 87. And the last it was just the last 5 years. I mean, he just didn't know anybody, you know, completely out of it. And I remember him always saying something other having to do with aluminum. He always told us to collect opening cans, and when you open a can, save the cap, because save the aluminum, and we're going to make wheelchairs out of it. And for some reason, he would always push that. And I don't know if there was something else he was working with aluminum, but he ended up having bad Alzheimer's. But I don't know if it was more because he was a Marine also. But he never told stories either, you know. But yeah, the last 25 years, it was very sad, you know. It's just there's nothing sadder.
Yeah, well, I can add something to that. And I worked for about 20 years in a printing factory where they print books. And when you have offset presses, they also use aluminum plates, and they did use them a lot. And a lot of old retired printers have also Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah.
Dementia.
And one of the things that I found out in the area of healthy nutrition is that organic coconut oil shows immediate results in helping Alzheimer's and dementia patients overcome memory limitations in a very noticeable amount in a very short amount of time. Within hours of ingesting coconut oil, they've shown marked improvements in their function. And I can tell you the storage and retrieval that I have is pretty amazing. I mean, I've studied a lot, and I remember a lot of what I believe to be important, and then I choose to not give much consideration to the areas that I believe are not very important. So the coconut oil I mentioned earlier in my coffee, I'll put in about 8 ounces per gallon. And the other thing too, when I take a shower in the morning, if I'm a little achy, which can happen, the alkalinity that's on the baking soda gloves that I exfoliate with makes the ache go away. It releases the lactic acid, which causes muscular discomfort. I learned that when I raced motocross about 40 years ago, about how lactic acid works, and that alkalinity releases that. So what'll end up happening then is I'll put the coconut oil on the skin and then massage my whole body. I'll basically wring myself off with it. And what's interesting too is that it's not just the water that just gets brushed off. It's actually coming out through the skin when I squeeze it like that. Okay, so the pores are really open and clean. That's an area that absorbs oxygen as well as through the lungs. And the clean skin is more elastic, and I don't get my sweat glands work more effectively. So when I'm out in the sun and it's approaching 100 degrees and the same kind of humidity, my body responds to that well. Go ahead.
You smell nice. Out in the sun, when the sun's beating down on you, you smell nice.
Well, yes, I do.
What I also use is, if you know that propolis, bees use it in an effort to close gaps in hives, and it's a byproduct of honey. And you can use that if you cut yourself to clean the wounds, and it's a natural cleaning for wounds.
Now, what is that?
Propolis, it's called. If you type it in on the Google search, you will find propolis. Bees use it in effort to close gaps in their hives, and also if the bees are wounded, they use that on themselves. And it's often a byproduct if they get honey from. And propolis is a natural. if you cut yourself and you have dirt in it and everything, you want to get that out, and you can put propolis on it, and then it's a natural healing medicine, like that.
Wonderful.
Also, if you have a sore throat, and you put a couple of drops in purified water and you drink that, your throat sore will go away in almost 1 day.
Wow.
Most of the time. So it's a very good product, and you can buy it in most shops who sell ecological products. And I use it all the time. It's a very good product. You also have that in a salve, and you can smear it on wounds.
You know, one of the other things about the coconut oil is it's antifungal, antibacterial, and it's hydrophobic, meaning water repels off of it. Yeah. And that's really important when I'm...
That's almost the same with propolis.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, having that repellent effect works really good when I'm in the salt water, because it's healthier for the skin. Sometimes there's bacteria in the water in the tidal area because of the action of the waves coming, rising and falling. Speaking of which, I just wanted to mention, I've noticed this in many tidal cycles at the inlet in Cherry Grove. It's called Cherry Grove Inside, and that would be on the Tides Near Me app, and that would be Cherry Grove, South Carolina. I've seen less than a 7% moon yield a 6.5-foot tide multiple times, and then a full moon or a new moon give a tide that's only about 4 feet. Very counterintuitive. I didn't see that coming. I thought a bigger moon always had a higher tide, and it not necessarily. In fact, quite often not at all. So a lot of things that we're told are lies. Even little things that might be insignificant. I think they enjoy. I believe Satan enjoys deceiving people and seeing what they'll go for.
Indeed, he does. Can I screen share a picture that you can see how propolis looks like?
Sure, if that works. I mean, I think.
Yeah, go on then, artist.
How you do it?
Yeah.
Your microphone is a bit fuzzy. Oh,
yeah, actually, I saw them making a video of the coconut oil extract. It's a little 5-minute thing. It was amazing. They used every part of it.
Yeah, it's really good. I've been doing that for years. That's it's actually what they mentioned is the brain needs healthy fats to operate properly, because the composition of the brain has a lot of fat in it. So that the low-fat diets are very unhealthy for the body and the brain, and healthy fat like coconut oil is wonderul. And it's also a natural. It's a natural laxative, so it keeps things moving. No matter how healthy what goes in my mouth is, if my body can't assimilate it because it's all caked up with vintage food, that's not so good. So if somebody looks a little grumpy, they might need a little more fiber in their diet.
Yeah. Can you see the screen share?
Oh, yeah, we can see it.
Okay, nice. So you can see how it's pronounced and what the good benefits are about it.
Nice, thank you.
Propolis, got it. I thought it was with a B.
Now, I wonder if does any of that come in the honey? Does this come in there?
It's a byproduct of honey. So if they in a honeycomb, the bee uses to cure themselves. So if you extract honey from a hive, it's also in there.
Wonderful. Now, so is that actually like beeswax? I've heard beeswax candles are healthy for an indoor environment.
Well, it's a bit like, yeah, beeswax, but English is not my first language, so I'm struggling a bit. It's bees use them to cure themselves. That's basically it. If they are wounded or they have an ailment, they use them on themselves to get better.
Excellent.
So
you explained that very well, Artis,
okay.
in English.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and speaking of the coconut oil, it seems like it's very similar to the hemp oil, the CBD that actually I've been taking for my migraines. There's so many things that helps, even the Alzheimer's and what was it, Parkinson's and dementia. Like it's unbelievable why that's been off the market too, and you know, and we don't know about it, you know, because we all think of marijuana as kind of such a bad thing, because you know, movies like Reefer Madness. And when you look into it, and there's a hemp plant and a marijuana plant, and the hemp plant has unbelievable health benefits that people were taking forever. And then once certain countries, I forget which one it is, but they stopped taking it, and they did studies since the 80s, for the last 25 years since they've stopped taking it, and they've had huge increases in cancers and numerous other diseases that they've never had in their country. It was when they stopped CBD. It's because our bodies have an endogenous cannabinoid system. We actually synergize better with plants.
Yeah, but in the olden days, that's what they used, wasn't it? Alchemists, everybody, you know, whether you were an Indian or whatever, they would have used more natural things for healing. And now you go to the doctors and they give you chemicals.
Yeah, so in the beverage that I make, the liquefied nutrition, I add hemp parts in there as well. I'll liquefy in the highly purified water, hemp parts, chia seeds. I'll add the chia seeds last because it absorbs the nutrients and then releases it through the day for a timed release nutrition that it evens out the blood sugar. But in that, there will be broccoli and mixed berries and kale and spinach and some cayenne pepper, honey, the mixed berries, and prunes, and it can be made to taste. I have another version that includes garlic, and it's more like drinking a salad, but I have to mix it up a little bit because otherwise I kind of lose my appetite for it. But I put it in a container that I can take with me on the go, and one container of 20 ounces would keep me nourished for days. I wouldn't need anything more for a couple of days. And it's fast food for healthy people. What I'll do is I'll take a rainy day or a day that I just have that opportunity to make up 10 gallons of it. And then when I bring it home from the store, the vegetables and the berries, I'll put them in the freezer, and then when I liquefy them, they come out of the freezer and go right back in the organic coconut oil containers. So the precursors for the goodies, the endorphins, dopamine, serotonin that the brain operates on, the emotional system, basically is generated in the gut. So the healthy gut, the healthy digestive tract that can assimilate the nutrition that's expensive but healthy. It's less expensive than being sick and weak and unhealthy. So it's all pretty involved, and this was brought on by a desire to thrive and survive. And God led me to find a lot of information that's out there and to separate the healthy information from the deception. There's a lot of weird stuff out there that doesn't have a benefit, potentially, or could even be harmful. And even like putting the water in glass and in the sunshine. to counter that with something that's the opposite of it, putting the water in a microwave and then watering a plant with it, and then using another plant of a similar description with non-microwaved water. The microwaved water plant died. It modified the structure of the water. Now, just one of the things to consider, we're swimming in a sea of electrosmog. There's wireless signals all around us quite often. And now, for quite some time, they've utilized water towers to house all kinds of arrays of frequency generators, magnetrons, and a magnetron is what's active in a microwave. I understand that's what is also used for cellular transmissions. Keep in mind, I'm not all freaked out about this. It's just that people, I don't want to reach a saturation point of toxicity, which reduces my effectiveness. So I reduce exposure where I can, put the good stuff in, keep the bad stuff out. It may sound simple, but that's the concept.
That's very interesting, and I agree exactly with the way you feel about that. I actually want to try what you have. That sounds like fast food for smart people. That's all. That's me, man.
Well, and that has to do with, I talk about reflections and shadows. A person that is way overweight quite often is very undernourished. They're going to leave a lot bigger shadow, a lot bigger reflection. When I'm in Costco yesterday and there's a lovely fit-looking lady bringing her 2 children in there, she had 5 children and their age span was huge. Her shopping cart was loaded with really healthy items, including the hemp parts that we were talking about. By the way, hemp is illegal in this country to cultivate, from what I understand. There are some small exceptions to that, but it's very unpopular with the industrialists that utilize paper and also the pharmaceutical industry, the fuel industry. You can make hempcrete. You can fortify concrete with hemp and make paper. It's all a very powerful political operation that keeps it illegal in this country. I just get it from Canada, and they bring it into the Costco, and I'll get it there.
You're in the United States or Canada?
The United States.
I'm in New York. Where are you at, Robert?
Well, right now I'm in Wisconsin, in the middle. However, normally I'm in South Carolina, and Costco is a pretty good distributor of healthy products. You know, what's interesting about New York is one of the, in my more recent photography and videography, you can see ships that are over 1,000 feet long that were manufactured roughly over 700 feet above sea level in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. My dad used to sell steel that goes to ships like that. And through a network of like the St. Lawrence Seaway or the Mississippi, there's different ways that they reduce the elevation. Some of those ships actually go out to the open ocean that covers the face of the earth. In New York, where Niagara Falls is, I don't know what the drop in elevation there is. That's one of the big drops that lowers the height of that water. Do you know what the drop on Niagara Falls is?
I don't know. I've been there. I've seen it. I don't know. I give you an estimate. Maybe I don't want to be wrong. Maybe 400 feet.
It's pretty big, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely it's a sight. I mean, we went to the Canadian side to see it because you can't really see anything from the American side, but from the Canadian side, you can see the whole thing lit up. I mean, it could be 500 feet, but it's big. Yeah, I don't know for sure.
Well, and that's one of the dynamics of what I wanted to touch on again. I know I mentioned it earlier. When I came from Myrtle Beach to here, 1,200 miles northeast and 700 or so feet higher, we had I was able to see the sun for 1 more hour above the horizon, which I found absolutely amazing. I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah, I was just having a phone call. Sorry, Karen, go.
So he's visiting his sons and his dad, and Robert's been there loads of times, but he probably wasn't a flat earther when he went last time. And now he's a flat earther. He sees everything different, don't you, Robert?
Well, I do, and it's pretty amazing. I do believe that elevation change is a big deal with the visibility of the sun. And anybody that's curious about this can just watch where they may want to approach the investigation on stealth mode. They might not even want to Google anything. What they could do is just watch the activity of the sun and the moon, where it appears and vanishes, the duration of visibility through the seasons, and how they change in a non-uniform manner. I've seen the sun and the moon for 12 hours within the same 24-hour cycle, and at different seasons, like in December, the moon was visible for over 14 hours and the sun for less than 11. And that changes through the year. So if, obviously we believe we're not on a spinning ball. However, a lot of people don't realize that yet. And it's beyond an intellectual issue. It's not take the red pill and you'll get it. The blue pill is if you just want to go back to sleep. It actually is more of a heart issue. Somebody that doesn't love the truth, I believe, is going to have a hard time with this, because the truth is pretty hard to accept at times. What I've used for a conversation starter when there's not much time, and they say, what's going on? What are you doing? Well, we didn't go to the moon, and I'm showing people that we don't live on a spinning globe. That's silly. We didn't come from monkeys. We still got monkeys. Can't find the curve, can't feel the spin. Air travel doesn't work. Boat travel wouldn't work on a globe. Heck, walking wouldn't work on a globe. Rain, operating a crane, a doggone wind chime on your vacation home or in your apartment, a wind chime on your back porch wouldn't work on a globe spinning 1,000 miles an hour. So if you look at my photo album, you'll see the wind chime, you'll see flags, you'll see contoured soil going to a level flat piece of water that is a plane mirror that perfectly reflects the sky above. Now you'll also see slanted sand that's wet and shows the buildings to be slanted. Well, the buildings are vertical. The reflective sand is slanted. And then there's a little tidal pool in the sand that's perfectly flat, and you can see that. So that's what I'm wanting to do, is show people a world that they don't realize exists. It took me a long time of observing it before I finally realized what I was noticing. And it was just a friend that said, Nigel Bakes from Tasmania, he said on one of my Bible videos where I was showing the water coming in, and then I believe it was Hebrews chapter 11, the hall of faith, all the faithful of, or many of the faithful of the Christian faith. And he said, where's the curve? LOL. I just deleted the comment. It seemed too absurd. I wasn't mad at him. I didn't know what to do with it. I private messaged him and I said, Nigel, what do you mean about the curve? He said, yeah, there's no curve. You can't find it. And I'm like, the next day I go out there and I've got a 6-foot straight edge, a drywall straight edge, up to the horizon, and I'm standing about 30 feet back, and I'm looking out at the ocean, and that swath of ocean, somebody might think, that's only a 6-foot drywall edge. And I would say, well, 30 feet back and maybe the vanishing point of 5-7 miles out, that's a really big view. How big is it? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I do know that when the sun travels a course above the face of the earth, it might be a couple of hours for it to cover that kind of a view. So it's pretty amazing. Now, what I did find out about when the sunrise here is occurring, it's been occurring at one time when I was on Washington Island at 4:59 a.m. And the same day in Myrtle Beach was within 5 minutes. I forget exactly, but it was about like that. But because of the elevation here and the lower humidity typically, and less geography in the way of the sun, because of the elevation, the throw of the light of the sun is considerably longer. It's not just that the sun was above the horizon longer, the throw of the light before and after the sun appeared and vanished was quite a bit longer. So I'll take a breath.
That's interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just on the phone with
Thank you.
Moore yesterday, and she's in Alaska. She said right in the center of Alaska, and she said how basically she's in the middle of a 4-month span where she'll see the sun all day. She says it just goes around and around. It just kind of touches the horizon in the southeast to southwest, and then it comes back around her head. And I was having the conversation with her. It was dark here, and she's still in pure daylight.
Now, was that on like FaceTime? Did you see her through a digital camera?
It was actually, since Karen showed me, told me about Google Hangouts, I've been contacted 2 people, and she was the second conversation I had.
Yeah.
Hey.
Through this.
Now, I've got associated profiles who are in Australia and Tasmania and South Africa. And as we know, a profile can be falsified. And the enemy of our soul and the deceiver is very clever. Now, I'm not saying I suspect everybody that's in Australia as being part of an elaborate deception with falsified profiles. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it can be a bit challenging. I would like to know verification when possible. I've got a friend, Roberto Gigliardi, who's he's I believe in Australia, and there was a moonshot that I took. It was around 5 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time in the United States. He went outside and took a picture of the moon and posted it on my comment on the thread of my post. And I had the date stamp on my picture, and he said that he just took that. Now, if you look at the imaginary globe, or the one that they give us, we've got a mid-century modern. It's a 1960s globe on a stand, Joni got, my wife. And Australia and North America shouldn't be able to see the moon at the same time, as best I could tell from looking at that. So how does that exactly work? And also the different perspectives and angles of the moon. I haven't seen moonshots from NASA like I take with my camera or see with my naked eye. Not even close. Well, I would say the only thing that's a little bit close is a full moon or new moon. That's normally what would be on the fakery that they give us, or maybe an authentic photo, like I mentioned in the broadcast this morning. There's a new photo or a new program by the BBC that shows beautiful imagery of this world that we're living in, merged with the computer-generated graphic of a globe in the midst of it. How interesting, isn't it? They've been doing that garbage for years. National Geographic has been pulling that one for a long time. They'll talk about the beauty of our world and then attach the cosmic, godless Big Bang to the whole thing. And when they do that, it's just part of a very elaborate deception. Seeing is believing. What? What do we see? What do we believe? Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, Georges Lemaitre, the Vatican priest, who's the guy who invented the Big Bang. You know, it came right from the Vatican.
No shocker there, huh?
It's like everybody's Einstein and Georges Lemaitre and all these pictures, and it's just like, you know, everybody thought Einstein was I mean, we all thought growing up or taught how he was this genius, but you know, even he thought he was an idiot.
Yeah, Nick, I'm way more a fan of Nikola Tesla. He created real usable technology that's benefited humanity.
It would have been such a great thing if he got the funding and not, you know, the other way. But it's like in this world, you know, the only way you're going to get the funding is if you go along with it. Very rarely you get somebody good that actually can help you out in a good, honest way. I mean, those are hard people to find, you know. Finally, we're connecting. We are connecting.
So far, the best thing we can do is keep the knowledge alive.
Exactly.
What they actually steal from us.
Yes.
That's what
we had Matt last night. We had Matt last night, and he reckons that he is related to Tesla, and he does a lot of research all on his own.
And who was that was related to Tesla?
Matt Jerome. He's in our group.
Excellent.
He was on the Hangout last night.
Well, you know, as far as I can tell, I'm related to him as well. All of God's children that are born again or will be are in the same family. And from what I know of Tesla, it's very likely that he was a born again Christ follower. Of course, I can't know that for sure. It just is, there's a preponderance that he was because of the evidence of his life and what he talked about and how he lived. So I would like to believe that. On a spiritual sense, the biological interface with this dimension that you're looking at and listening to is simply, well, my biological interface with this dimension that allows me to communicate with other people, and it's more than words. It's a smile, it's eye contact, it's a sincerity in genuineness, in voice inflection, and all of that. This is not, it's something that you don't get from typically artificial intelligence. And if somebody gives me the creeps, like the kind of guys that the Morgile was talking about, the sociopaths, I don't pretend to be able to pick up on all of them. It's just that some people should give us the creeps if we knew what they were up to, and some of them do. And that's part of it. There's, I believe, a spiritual discernment that we can be given by God. All this that you're looking at, I'm not trying to say, hey, look at me. What I'm actually doing is saying, hey, look at what God can do with a broken vessel that's just willing to do whatever he wants. It's the best deal going. So I'm not doing my own thing and then trying to make myself feel good about it by adding chemicals that are either harmful or illegal or awfully complicated.
I think, serious, when you mention it's the knowledge, that's what it's, that when Pythagoras started the Brotherhood of Pythagoras, which is probably where all these occults really stem from 2,500 years ago, it's because he found out that knowledge is power. And if we can keep the knowledge and give everybody else disinformation, misinformation, they'll never really know what's happening, and we can be the bearers of the truth. That way we can control them. And that idea has just been passed down, and that's caused them to be able to grow and have more control. And I mean, they figured it out with Pythagoras. They chased him into the woods and burned his whole thing up. But, you know, it was 500 years later, that whole idea that knowledge is power and give everybody else the wrong information is what they decided, let's do it. And with patience, New World Order. So for 500 years, they've had the patience to say, well, it might not be my lifetime, but I'll be in control. My family will be in control. I'll be living better now somehow, but eventually I'm setting it up where our bloodlines will be in control. They're staying in control because we're all believing not all of us, but we're all believing the disinformation that we see on the news, on the media, and it's lies just to keep us from not knowing the truth.
Yeah, in the sense that so father, so son.
What's that, Siri?
In a sense, so father, so son.
Right.
Question: what are your true roots in those sense?
It's a tough thing to realize that there is this actual idea of evil that actually does exist, and it's organized, and they figured out how to keep control.
It's horrible to think that, isn't it? That all that's happening all the time, and they're doing it on purpose.
That's the whole point of it. They know the game, and we are not even aware there is a game.
That's why it's the Matrix. That's why we're in the Matrix, because we're not even aware that it's going on.
Can I just say one thing, Ryan? In a minute, I think Dave Marsh is coming onto the Hangout, but you have got a video you want to share in a little bit, haven't you?
Me?
Yeah, did you say before?
No,
I thought you
didn't
said before the Hangout you had a video. Oh, okay, then, that's cool. Don't worry.
Sorry, well, there was that interruption as well. Sorry, Ryan, you've been getting a bit of a shout out by Nick Havoc in the chat. Don't know if you know the guy.
Oh yeah, my buddy from Colorado. What up, Nicky?
Yeah, I thought you might want to say hello because he's been trying to say hello in the chat.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, he's one of my good friends. I mean, we talk 2-3 hours a week, sometimes every day.
Do we have Eric Dubay in the chat room?
Eric Dubay.
I very much doubt it's Eric Dubay.
That's the name.
And if it is, I might have to give out my catchphrase.
Do it up.
No, you don't want to hear it. It's quite no. I'll just get loads of shit, and I don't want to start any more drama.
There's enough, right?
I'm sure the name says Eric Dubay
in
the chat room.
The name.
You might be quietly listening, just soaking it in.
He says, time is money, money is fake, so time is fake. If time is fake, things can't fall, gravity is fake, flat earth proven.
Sounds like a globe proof.
Yeah, I've just gone to his channel. It's not Eric Dubay. The guy's got 1 subscriber.
Oh, right. Okay. Anyway, oh, so sorry, Ryan. I thought you said you had a video you wanted to share, but it doesn't matter. Right, keep going then, guys. Keep talking.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, well, somebody just mentioned time. Let's talk about time. That's like the one commodity that we can't hang on to, and it's almost the most important thing. Like, as we all want more of it. That's the best thing that we can have. So if we can.
Yeah, as a flat earther, you need about another 6 hours a day.
That's a true statement.
Yes,
yeah, I think all of us turned into an insomniac.
We're so in time, and then psychologically caught in your past mostly, and then feared for the future through your career, etc., outside image, etc. And in the meanwhile, we're never here and now. And here and now, you actually find your true self. That's that
Yes.
particular 0 point in what kind of never exists, but only in balance.
I
That's
educate
all
myself
of the
about that.
community.
Because
So I
You're
like to
manipulated.
live by just feeling the vibe. I every emotion I have to take it one-on-one and just say, does this feel right? Does this feel wrong? And I just go with what comes. And I'm glad I did, because that got me hanging out with you guys.
everything they do, right? So you can't look at, well, you shouldn't be living in the future, but you can think about the future. But that looks awful with wars and frightening you and terrorist bombs and all this stuff going on. And then you've got CERN and HARP, and you think, oh, and behind you it all looks bad because there's wars, poverty, there's all this and all that going on. So that's bad. And then they've got a system which is breaking up the families in the today and causing, well, you know, ego and looking at the wrong gods, you know, footballers as gods and the government's God. And all this stops you being here and now. And that a lot of people, again, it's in the flat earth thing. Once you're one of those, you become here and now. It's all about being here and now. We're made to be here and now. Everything around you is to make you want the future, live in the past. Anyway, that's what I think.
Well, you know, one of the other dynamics as far as time, it is about perspective as well. We can anticipate the future, and we can examine the past results, and ultimately we're living in basically a perpetual now. And with that, there are things that we can do differently, that I've done differently, that give me more discretionary time. One of them was not watching the TV much at all. And that was a termite of time. It was eating away at my productivity. It was eating away at my function, my perspective. It not only is bad information, for the most part, what I've been able to determine from that, it's toxic to the brain function because of how it interacts with the eye gate, what I'm looking at. So when I'm out at the beach and I'm looking at real life happening as best I can tell, I don't believe I'm in a computer simulation. I believe it's as real can be. Some people might beg to differ. That's okay. When I was driving down the street here and I noticed pelicans in Wisconsin, we didn't have pelicans here 10 years ago. And I've got a lot of video and photos of pelicans. They're absolutely an amazing bird. Now, just to examine that one different thing of a pelican. Hey, Dave, are you here still?
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Good to see you. You know, with the pelicans, there was a time when they used a pelican feather to communicate on a scroll. God's word was used largely, I believe. Quill was dipped into an inkwell and on a scroll. Now we can communicate in real time around the world, and one of the privileges that I have at this time is still being able to broadcast the Bible live. Okay, so that's one of the things that I believe is so important, and it's a focus of perspective.
Can I add something to that? I also stopped watching television for about, I think, 2 months now. And what I felt that was my thoughts were clearer after I stopped watching television. And I also, I slept a lot better, very more deep sleep after I stopped watching television. And of course, more free time, as you mentioned. Because if it's some sort of mind control, you almost can't get off the television because you're almost sucked into it. And I was visiting a friend of mine, and he doesn't own the television, only a radio. And I was with him for about a week, and then about day 4, I start feeling that my mind was clearer. So then I thought, well, this could be something. So I stopped watching television altogether, and my mind was much more clearer. I was more productive. I had more energy and all those kind of things. It was Yes, awakening in an awakening.
Exactly, and one of the dynamics that the television, the reliance on the television is almost like an alternate reality where people don't quite know what to do with their own thoughts. I know that that's kind of how it was for me. I would get home and I would turn the TV on, and it would be on in the background to kind of just be there, and like I was afraid to be with my own thoughts. What were they like? And with that, I want to know God's thoughts. I want to know what God thinks about this world and what He wants us to know. So that's why I listen to the Bible a lot. I'll listen to it day and night when I'm asleep or awake, riding a motorcycle or doing the laundry. When I'm sleeping, it works really good because quite often He'll integrate His word right into my dreams. Yes. So it's a focus of my attention that's far healthier than a lot of the
healthier. Indeed, far healthier. And subconsciously, you're picking up the words from God, so that's always good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, when the fear chemicals are released, I've had it happen when the fight or flight type of emotion, the fear, the horror, that type of thing has an effect on the body and on the brain. If I lived my life in such a way that I habitually exceeded the speed limit, I know that I would be more tense and not enjoy the ride as much. I enjoy the ride. I go to bed early enough, get up early enough. I emulsify my coffee in a half-gallon jug the night before quite often, not all the time. But it's a way that I can shift my time responsibilities from the morning. As Dave, I'm sure you know, when you're chasing the sun or the moon photography, who knows when it's going to be showtime. When the clouds clear and the moon is where you would like to be able to
Robert, Robert, you get much nicer weather than we do. Anyway, hello, Dave. So I had to quickly go and let my dogs out.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, that's a good point, Robert. But the thing is, I haven't seen the moon for over 2 weeks. It's been terrible, the weather here. It's been overcast and cloudy and raining. I think we had a couple of nice days, but that's when it was like a new moon. So I basically haven't seen it for 2 weeks. So I've been doing a bit of reading instead, and I've been looking into the heliocentric model and using my readings from my recent video on moon race and trying to debunk the heliocentric model with the moon, which I think I might have done. If you look at my post on Facebook, I think I've got a good point, because like I say, the moon only slows down and speeds up once, according to their model. When it's approaching the Earth, it speeds up, and when it's obviously comes round and moves away to apogee, it slows down again. But if you see my moon race video, you'll know that it speeds up and slows down 4 times over a month, because it speeds up when it leaves the Tropic of Cancer. It slows down after it leaves that when it heads towards the Tropic of Capricorn, and then it speeds up again when it heads back to the equator from the Tropic of Capricorn, and then slows down again when it goes towards the Tropic of Cancer. Now that's like 4 motions, and obviously that clearly shows that there's something else going on. And like I mentioned before, I do believe that there's 2 vortices, and I believe it's actually circling the vortices and obviously passing from one vortex to the next. I can't prove that, but I think I've built up quite a good amount of information to actually show that, and hopefully I'm going to be showing some new stuff on Sunday when we have a hangout with Darren and Mike. So that's where I am at the moment. Also, I've had a little chat with Mike Helmick today, and he's been chatting with Free Energy, and I think he's working on his model, and he might be actually incorporating some of the stuff we're actually working on. So that's good.
Yes, that's our hangout we're having on Sunday, isn't it, Dave?
Yes, it is, and also we've got, well, he's not a really newcomer, but he's pretty big, because he's got quite a lot of subscribers, and he's quite well known in the gaming industry. Einar, is it Kusk? Is it the guy who's released the 2 Beyond the Curve videos? it's quite a nice chap to talk to, and obviously is just coming to Flat Earth recently, and obviously he's got a lot of following. So I think it's going to be quite a big name in the Flat Earth community.
Yeah, for people who don't know, in the chat room, we've got a square Flat Earth discussion on Sunday with Darren Nesbitt, Dave Marsh. Who are those two people again? I'm sorry, their names are just.
Well, we've got me, we've got Darren Nesbitt, we've got Mike Helmet, and we've got Einar Kusk, and I think there's a couple of more. I think Billy's in there. Billy's there as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Billy's there, so, and a few other people.
I just want to tell you where I actually am at the moment. Even though I've obviously not following the actual circle map anymore, I'm still in between models really. So I need a little bit more to actually be convinced that I'm going to be doing my research towards the square map. I've still got to convince myself yet. So even though I've seen a lot of proof for it, I still need to look at the actual models as well, because to me the Mercator and the Peters and the UGS or the UGM, whatever, their maps are way wrong. And I think we like Series has built up quite a decent actual map, and I think we need to concentrate on getting that map right and all the distances right before we can actually move forward on that. That's my thoughts on that anyway.
Huh. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, so people don't know, in the chat room, Series is my group partner, and he's been doing masses of research, haven't you, Series?
Well, masses. Yeah, I have masses of data, and actually to make it visible and handleable, and I figured out what it is so far, but how you actually explain it in the sense that others are going to understand that it's all on the thing. The research is one thing, but teaching what you're actually researched is realizing where anyone else is, and then figure out how to make a road to where I am. And a lot of laying bridges to actually realize who the other is and what his idea is and where he is. And it's really connecting to actually get a bit of what I am working with.
What I've said in the past is, if I can just contribute a little bit, with my moon observations, and obviously add that to the actual jigsaw puzzle. I know, like Series, he can contribute a little bit. Everybody contributes that little bit, and eventually we will get to the truth, because the truth can't be stopped, really, can it? And I think we're heading in the right direction. Obviously, our numbers are small, but I think we've got some good people doing research. Even though there is some people, I think, who are basically stuck on one particular model, when I think deep down inside they know that it's not right. And I think that's where we need to move on, because I was a big believer in the circle map, I was, and it took me obviously a year to realize that you know what, it's wrong. Even when I did the first moon race video, and I started to think to myself, this is not right, I actually did the test myself just to be 100% sure that it's wrong, and now I'm 100% sure that the actual circle map is wrong. Even though it's a good platform to get into Flat Earth, I still think like
it's flat.
Yeah, exactly, and you know what I mean. It's quite easy to get your head around it. If you try to bring something to Flat Earth and explain multi-dimensions, you're just going to scare them off, really. Because if I come into Flat Earth and you show me like fourth and fifth dimension, I'd be like, whoa, what's going on? You know what I mean? It's probably easy to stay on the ball. So that's my thoughts on that. But like I say, I'm trying to get my head around it, and some of it makes sense. It's just that, like I say, it's like the actual maps what gets me, because like I said, this you've got your Loxy Muthel, Peters, you've got your Mercator. They're all maps what have actually been out for quite a long time. I think the Mercator's been out since 1592 or something like that. And it's obviously when they made the Mercator map, it was more for the northern superiority, and that's why all the continents in the north are bigger than they should be, which obviously throws the map into dispute, really. Because
is that GPS 101 latitude and longitude that you have exactly 2 squares? Yeah,
the Loxy Muthel basically has equal lines of latitude and longitude, so it's
yeah, that's the first distortion of the latitude in a sense. Longitude is the same, but
like I say, I think we need to remove the latitude and longitude and work in declination, work on the actual celestial part of it and not the terrestrial, because with the I do believe that they're hiding more land south. That's why all the continents seem to be further up south than they are in the north. You know what I mean? We've got places in Iceland and up in Norway and what have you, but we've only got like tips of Argentina and South America down south. I'm sure that I'm positive that they're hiding something down there. You know, in between Antarctica and the South America and South Africa. I don't believe that that's the furthest we can go. I know there's a few little islands a bit further on, but if you look in the north and look in the south, I do believe that there's something else past there, what they're hiding. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, somewhere that's about 3 times the size of us and as high as Everest.
Yeah, it just seems strange that there's nothing there, like, you know what I mean? And like when I want to test my readings, I have to go to like weird places what's out of bounds to, you know what I mean? If you want to like go to Iceland, then you want to do the equal south, you can't really find the place. You know what I mean? Everything's like seems to be above 45, 50 degrees latitude. So it's difficult to actually find something to compare with. So,
especially as it's sort of straight and flat down there, and they've got everything on a ball. Just do everything, you know, on a ball is just so wrong, isn't it? So how are you ever going to work it out when they've put Antarctica as a place of its own on the ball?
Yeah, like I said, it's
ice rink as a round edge, you know. So that isn't the way. It's massive.
Yeah, like I say,
series.
If we could get to the furthest place south and get some readings there, that would be brilliant. Because like I said, we've got Paul Kofo in New Zealand who's done quite a few readings, and we've obviously seen that there is a second vortex, because obviously he's done that time lapse facing south and he's got the perfect star trails. Now I know that Jon referred to this as atmospheric refraction, but what he showed us at the time was a simulation. And if you watch the landscape, how fast the actual simulation was moving across the landscape, you could never repeat that in reality. Shooting star trails south, facing south, is repeatable, and obviously it can't be the actual atmosphere, because otherwise the star trails would change slightly, but clearly they don't. If you look at your star trails, you get the same stars in the actual trail each time. It's not like you're getting different kind of atmosphere. All right, when it's cloudy, you're probably going to lose a little bit of quality and what have you, but you're still going to get the same stars in the same position when you do your star trails, and it's nothing.
They don't get smaller, Dave. They don't get like looking like they're nearer or further away.
No, exactly. Like I say, to me, it's clear that there's two vortices, and I think I proved that in my video when I shot it, obviously below, on, and above, because it acts exactly how the star trails go. If you shoot the moon in the north, yeah, and you get it high on the Tropic of Cancer, it'll circle on the northern vortex. If you get it near the equator, it'll travel in a straight line, and if you get it when it's south, it'll actually travel on the southern vortex. That's why you get that small arch, because it's actually traveling away from you. And another way you can prove that is by when the moon's high on the north, you actually have to look east northeast to actually greet the moon, and it leaves you west northwest. And in like southern tips of New Zealand, same again. You have to look south there, like east southeast, to greet the moon, even though they're below the Tropic of Capricorn. You could say, yeah, it's refraction, blah blah blah, but New Zealand is very close to the Tropic of Capricorn, so when the moon's over there, you're going to get less refraction because it's perpendicular with the landmass, and you know when it's at 90 degrees, the refraction is 0. So that's a point there. So like I say, it must be coming from behind them somewhere, and obviously they only get to see it because they've only got access to that part of the sky, if you know what I mean. So like I say, that's what I'm going to be doing a lot of my research on now. And like I say, if you see my new posted on Facebook, I just try to get things in my head and try and put it down on something. So I did the posting on Facebook showing that obviously the moon only slows down and speeds up once in its cycle. And a lot of people have said to me, how come the phases of the moon are longer than the actual cycle? And the reason for that is because the cycle is based on the sidereal day, which is 23 hours, 56 minutes. And the actual phases are based on the solar day, which is 24 hours. That's why you get the moon in different positions, in different phases at different times. And because if you didn't, obviously, if it was equal, you just see the moon in that same phase, at that same position every month. So also, like I say, I just put that out there because a lot of people didn't understand that. And I'm going to be doing something on the phases as well. Not many people touch on the phases, and I tried to show about the perspective of the moon in my video Moon Roll, which was actually based on the circle map, but it would actually work on the square map, because if you refer to two vortices and it's actually circling on that vortice, then you'll understand that obviously it appears to be going around a circle. But interestingly, when I took some readings from Ecuador, even though the moon's relative speed is same as it is in New Zealand, is in UK, they have got a lot less access to the sky. Basically, they'll just see it go over their head as a straight line. And I've got a friend in, I can't remember if it's Botswana, and he says it never changes left or right. He says it always seems to be in the same position. But I've told him, because it, obviously the way it appears for him, it will actually be going south and north and south of him. But because it obviously comes over his head, it looks like it's in the same position all the time. But he's going to try and get some readings from me. So we might be able to get some readings near the equator, because that'd be good. Because like I say, it'd be good to get the readings from there, because it's all right doing it all from the north all the time, because that's how they worked out they lived on a board. Because when they stuck the stick in the sand and they took the readings, it was in the northern hemisphere. If they'd done it on the equator, they just said they lived on a cylindrical plane. So that's where I am at the moment anyway.
Thank you for that, Dave. And just to explain to Ryan, all these people are in my group, and obviously Robert and Dave have P900s and are out regularly doing their own experiments, own filming. Well, Robert lives on the beach, basically, don't you, Robert? And Dave does many experiments, and he's starting to put his own videos together to show it. So yeah, just to explain that.
Yeah, thanks. No, I think you got a good group, Karen, because I think everybody in there you've vetted, and you know that they're most about the truth, and that's really what we want. And those are the best people to surround yourselves with. And I think you have a good group, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And yeah, Dave, I appreciate the work you're doing, and that's exactly what everybody should be doing. You know, not the same thing, but everybody doing these little experiments, and that's what's going to build us all to have much better cumulative knowledge at the end, you know, when we finally get that model down.
Yeah, I think Dave should feel quite proud of himself, really, because through his experiments, he's proved something, haven't you, Dave?
Yeah, so it is quite difficult to prove anything. You know, like I said, there's always an alternative. Like one of the proofs I had that the heliocentric model was wrong was that the moon is traveling from the tropics of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer every 2 weeks. You know what I mean? But what's causing that? But you know, the heliocentric model, it's always got an answer. So they reckon it's like 5 degrees inclination. What does it? And no matter which direction you go in, you nearly always get to like a. They've covered every problem with it. You see, they've had since 1543 to get the model perfect. And when you're basing it on numbers and figures, it's not hard to put the when you've got mathematicians, clever mathematicians, it's not hard to round the actual observations. But like I say in my video, the one thing they can't hide, and that's the meridian passing. Yeah, that meridian passing. Obviously, all you have to do is take a snapshot, which I've done on a regular basis to show, you know what, my readings, what I take on dioptra, a cheap app, are pretty accurate. 2 degrees out on the azimuth, maybe one the altitude. So clearly, it's pretty accurate within 1 or 2 degrees.
Say that last little bit again, because you just your voice went a bit, it dipped. So could you just explain what you just explained in that last bit again? About,
yes.
Yeah.
So if you take an app like dioptra, and obviously you wait till the moon's at zenith or south or whenever, and you take a snapshot of that, the next night you take a snapshot, all you got to do is time that gap, yeah, and that'll give you your speed of your moon for that one night. Yeah, if you do that on a regular basis, what you'll do, you'll build up the speed of the moon. You know what I mean? And what I found is that it speeds up on the equator and slows down on the tropics, which to me is doing what it should do, because it follows the actual northern and southern vortice, and when it's spiraling out towards the equator, it speeds up to cover that amount of ground it needs to cover, and then when it passes over onto the southern vortice, it starts slowing down again until it gets to its point, and then it comes back again. So it's like I say, it's the research I've done is difficult, because every time you do something, somebody always debunks it or whatever, and it's very difficult to find a proof. But I think the moon's speed is a good place to actually base my research, because, like I say, you can't hide that meridian passing. They can say it's set at 300 degrees or arisen or whatever. They can set that all day, but they cannot hide that meridian passing, because you can time that every day yourself, and they put them figures on there anyway. So.
And you also have another enemy, don't you, Dave? You also have weather here. You know, like, you'd be a bit worried when you were doing your films whether you'd be able to do it because of the clouds.
That's why I chose the moon, because the moon travels from tropic to tropic every 2 weeks. Imagine doing it with the sun, waiting 6 months. Yeah, you did the first 2 readings and it was cloudy on the last one. Do you know what I mean? But the moon, you've got the opportunity to do it every month. So it's a bit difficult to do this month, actually. This month it's a bit weird because it's at its highest on the north when it's obviously, because it's summer and it's new moon. It's obviously with the sun, so it's pretty high on the Tropic of Cancer. So see, by the time the phase has got to, that's where you want to catch it on the Tropic of Cancer for your first one. But because it's been so close to the sun, it's been very difficult. And obviously in 1 month, this month, you'll actually go to the equator twice. So it'll go to the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, and back again before the end of the month. It's quite difficult this month, and I'll have to wait till probably a couple of months till it's changed its cycle a bit, because it's quite difficult to catch it in the morning. But like
can I just say
good for a year? I'd like to know the difference for each month. That would be good too.
The moon follows a 27.3 day cycle every time, and it goes in the same position and same position with the sun every month. It's only because the months have got 30 days, 31, 28, that it throws all the cycles and all the phases out, you see. You know what I mean? I think September 2016 was a perfect month where you got the new moon on the first day and the new moon on the last day. So it's like I said, the days really confuse it. If you can take away the actual calendar days and the Gregorian calendar and just try and work on the actual moon with the sun, it makes it a lot easier, because like I say, it separates from the sun for 14 days, then it joins it again. And that's all it's doing. It's just a matter of tracking it and monitoring it. Because like I said, there is other factors to take into consideration as well. Because all that time, the sun's moving as well, so it does affect the actual cycle and the phase. And one thing I've told you before, Karen, is about it's impossible to have a full moon and with the sun in the same hemisphere. Yeah? Yeah. They're always further apart, east and west, but they're never in the same hemisphere. You
know that photograph? Do you remember that famous photograph which you didn't like? That's still circulating, and people are still saying that's real.
Yeah, no. Robbie Davison put it on his post the other week, and I told him to take it off, and he apologised to me. I said to him,
the moon passing hemisphere tells me that the sun is actually the ruler of the summer, and the moon is the ruler of the winter. And what with the analemma, you see that it is a certain diagonal direction, as well as it has a high position and a low position, but the sun the other way around as well, as a mirror. And the moon having the colder light, in a sense that it is actually abstracting the energy from the earth, and then the sun giving the energy to the earth, in the sense of an electric pulse as a heartbeat between the two as well.
That's maybe why the moon's cooler on when it is a full moon, because obviously it's always in the winter hemisphere or the opposite hemisphere. You know what I mean? If you're in New Zealand and it's winter for them, and you know what I mean, and vice versa. So it's always in the opposite hemisphere. So it's always in the winter hemisphere. So that could be a reason why we do get cool moonlight, even though I don't actually think it's the actual moon what we see in the sky. I think it's more of like a projection from the ether, and we just seen it from our position on Earth, because if you see the moon from balloon footage, it's like a tiny little thing. You never see it big. I think our atmosphere actually magnifies it a lot more than it actually is. So, like I say, that projection thing it's a bit of a theory, but after seeing quite a few lens glare reflections where it actually projects the moon on the image, I'm sure you've seen the picture I've got. It sounds like that could be a possibility to me. And obviously, you have seen when the clouds have been behind the the moon, and you've also seen, obviously, the blue sky through the moon, which I know the Morgile said it's something else, but I personally think it's because it's projected through our atmosphere. And the ether is the carrier of the light, and it projects it through. And from our point of view on Earth, we're seeing that actual projection image. And it's always projected towards you, a bit like the sun when you're on the beach, and the actual reflection always runs to your feet. Same with the moon, it's always projected towards the observer. So you might see it in two different positions, one in Australia and one in UK. And that's why, because it's projected towards every position on the plane, if you know what I mean.
One of the things that's really fascinated me in the distance that I've traveled from the beach to the Midwest here in the United States, it's 1,200 miles northeast. When I would be on a full zoom with the digital activation on my P900, I could zoom in a lot closer on the moon. It would fill the camera viewfinder way more than I can now at 1,200 miles northeast and 700 and some feet higher. I had to, it was so obvious, I had to check and make sure that I had my zoom, my digital zoom activated. It looked like it was only doing the optical zoom. And then it was actually going in full zoom, and the moon was apparently, from this vantage point, much smaller in the viewfinder. And I just thought that that was so interesting, because obviously we don't believe it's 250,000 miles away or whatever they're making up and telling us. However, just in a real practical sense of being able to zoom and see the difference was amazing to me.
That's exactly true, that, because when I shot the moon, when it was on the Tropic of Capricorn, the actual radius of the moon had shrunk in size, and that actually made the time actually 13 seconds longer crossing my screen, because if you compare the two from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, there is a quite significant difference in size. So when it's further away, it does actually get a little bit smaller, even though you are getting quite a bit of atmospheric lensing. If you think about it, all the atmosphere you're seeing it through from my point to the south. So it does actually shrink as it goes away. And that's how you get a mini moon when you get a full moon, when it's at apogee, when it's the furthest it could possibly be from you. And then they call it a super moon when you get the moon, which is at perigee, as close as full moon. But there is definitely a reduction in size. One thing I noticed. And Jeremy actually commented on that, because I know what he was thinking. He was thinking maybe parallax. Maybe I see the moon and the Tropic of Capricorn going slower, because when an object's further away, it appears to be moving slower. You know, if you see an airplane far away, it's moving slower. I'm sure if you above your head, it'd look like it's going like about half L. That's where my readings for the meridian crossing from New Zealand and UK correspond with each other. So even in New Zealand, where it's above your head, you're still getting the same meridian passing time there as you are in the UK, if that makes sense.
Does that make sense, Robert?
Well, absolutely, and obviously the difference in distance, like the proportion. Let's say we'll just go with the evaluate the heliocentric model at 238,000 miles away. Traveling 1,200 miles wouldn't be noticeable, from what I understand. However, whatever distance it is, and the huge drop in apparent size with 1,200 miles, that means it's a lot closer. I don't have an estimated distance. I try and stay away from trying to tell people exactly what this system is, because I don't really know. I want to engage the hearts and the minds and show them images as best I can tell that they can see for themselves, and that they can see images like that in their own experience. So when I move the water jug from one place to another to have an attempt to get sunshine in it, if somebody else does that and they start paying attention to what the sun and the moon are doing, they'll see it with their own eyes. That the how would I say, the path of the sun and the moon and their duration of visibility is not even close to being explained by the heliocentric model. Now, I bought a gyroscope recently, and the gyroscope that I bought was made since 1917. It looks like the same gyroscope I had as a child. When the gyroscope wobbles, it's right before it falls down or close to it. They say that we're wobbling a little bit because of an earthquake. They're just wanting to see how ridiculous of an assertion people will believe. And I was one of those people that believed that garbage when they were making this stuff up. 1,000-mile-per-hour spin can't be felt. If there's a little change in movement, if my car is a little bit higher on one side than another when I'm going to position the car for a shot next to the water, I can tell the slightest bit of difference in height. We're not wobbling. I know that we know that. But what's kind of interesting about all this is that people that don't want to believe the fact that they've been lied to and believed it, that they were deceived, will believe the lie. So it's more of an issue of the heart than an analytical evaluation of information. And yet, mysteriously, some people will look at it and say, is it possible that I've been deceived at such a massive level? Some of us look at this like I did and go, well, I've been wrong before. This was a big one, but suck it up, Buttercup. I'm not the only one that was deceived on this. A whole lot of people were deceived. Heck, we were given a globe. We gave a globe to our children in the crib. My aunt and uncle bought a mobile, showed the planets and all the stuff spinning around the sun. They've been real busy about this deception for a long time, and they don't have a problem they don't spare expense. It gives people something to do, to be a part of it. They take ownership of it, over it. So the people that were involved in the fake moon landing, or have a good friend that actually was a wonderful Christian man and he walked on the moon, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying the moon part, and I'm not buying the wonderful Christian man part either. You know, there are people that said they love Jesus, and then we find out what they've really been doing behind the scenes. It's pretty disturbing. If I step in a garage, it doesn't make me a car. Just because people know somebody that supposedly did something, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it because the empirical evidence indicates to the contrary of the official narrative. Can't find the curve, can't feel the spin, see things way too far away. The water is flat, whether it's in this jug or a puddle of water on a muddy road or on a marble surface, if there is such a thing, like around a swimming pool, very exquisite, or a slab of concrete. Wherever it is, if there's a low spot and it's wet, that's where the puddle will be. I can now, because of how much I do with photography by the tidal area, I can tell you when the tide is going out, the pelicans will start going on the little sliver of sand that's going to appear. I'll see them coming from a long ways away, and they're coming to hang out with their friends. It's so cool to watch. I mean, it like unfolds, and people don't realize, some of them, I'm sure, don't realize what they're looking at. But like when I'm up here in Wisconsin looking down to the end of a lake that's 30 miles away, and I can't quite see the end of it because of moisture and so forth, but I can see other distances really clear when the conditions are right. Well, for example, there would be like one lady walking her dog at the boat landing. Now, when I'm out at the ocean and I'm there for a period of time and I'm broadcasting the Bible, taking pictures, And there are other people out there taking pictures as well. Sometimes I've seen as many as 100 people on that beach at a sunrise taking pictures with cell phones, and sometimes professional equipment. The professional equipment in a group of 100 people might be less than 10%. And it's pretty fascinating. When I'm out there and seeing that type of activity and the interest that people have to put the lens of their camera on the beach an hour before sunrise when they normally live in Canada or New Jersey or New York. They worked a long time, many of these people, to collect some money that they could then release for a very special occasion, maybe an anniversary, a remarriage, maybe a memorial for a loved one. Some of these people were holding hands. Some of them end up holding a dog leash to the dog that is left behind or that they got when their husband or wife passed on.
Robert, talking about dogs on the beaches, I love that video with that one you did with the dog turning round. How that happens, I just don't understand. Yeah, and that kind of thing on my photo album, there was a shadow, that is, shadow. The shadow of the dog twists. At a certain point, it twists. And it's quite, yeah. You filmed it upside down though, didn't you? I did. And it was very interesting. Gordon is my friend who moved back to New Jersey, and Jackson is his dog. Now Gilligan is the little German short hair puppy that belongs to Zoe, the fastest crab hole digger I've ever seen. She can be up to her shoulder and her head down in the sand within about 30 seconds. It's the funniest thing. But more recently with the photos of Gilligan, it shows some of the dynamics of that turning. Because he's a darker dog and the lighting is right, I can look at a picture, and because I know the area, I can tell you about what the time in the season is. Not what the daytime is only, what month it is, because I'm so familiar. And when I look at how many pictures do I have? Well, I've got over 110,000 dedicated stills. Wow. They won't be a video. However, when I've got over 1,000 hours of video taken at 30 frames per second, you can do the math on that if you want. Each one of those seconds is a frame that can be extracted as a photo if I want to. I've got more evidence to show. Some people say, "Oh, the problem with you flat earthers is you don't have a picture." I've got millions. In fact, all the photos that have been taken are of a stationary plane. In fact, the book of Genesis in the translation of the King James, I'm not a King James only Bible believer. I enjoy the New International Version. That's the one I primarily listen to. But in the King James, there's a lot of renderings of the plane. They moved to the plane. One went to this plane. They surveyed the plane. There's references in Scripture to the plane, not the ball, not the orb, not the sphere. A frisbee is a circle. A ball is a sphere. In that Isaiah, those Isaiah references both are used. I understand there are some people that maybe don't appreciate bringing the Bible into the discussion. Well, there are people that say, you know what? I wanted to know what the Bible said about it. In this world of not knowing who to believe or what to believe anymore, I've anchored my hope and my belief to the Bible, so that if something contradicts that, I hold the Bible as my belief on that. And I do that unapologetically. It's not just because... Robert, can I just stop you a minute? Ryan says that he needs to go in a moment. Can I just say one? Can I just say one thing, Ryan? Billy put in the chat earlier on that 1 second. Billy put in the chat earlier on that Niagara Falls was 325 feet tall.
Oh, okay, great. Good clarification. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks a lot for that.
Oh, sorry you're getting a headache, Ryan.
Yeah, I get them every day, sometimes 3 times a day. That's why, like, I'm always, like, you'll see me rubbing, like, salve on my neck, and I take medical cannabis now because I'm all pharmaceuticals. But yeah, if I could just lay down for a little bit, I'll feel better. But yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I wish I could stay longer, but I'll come back and see you guys real soon.
Hey, it was excellent to meet you, Ryan. Thanks so much for your contribution to the Hangout.
Nice to meet you too, Robert. It was good listening to you earlier.
Thanks, man.
Ryan.
Great to meet you.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Ryan. Can I just say one other thing before Robert starts talking again? Dave mentioned the dioptra, and more people might not realise that is for compass readings, and Dave's taking them for his films to prove things, and Ceres and I are doing it too in our group because we're plotting the sun and the moon. We take compass readings of the sun, the moon, Polaris, Jupiter, and what is the other one? Venus. So our group know what dioptra, and mine is compass eye. So we take compass readings for clarification, and Ceres has all that data, don't you, Ceres?
Yeah, so far it's being collected at least. We're not really animating it yet. It's more at this point I'm so occupied with the Hangouts itself and even telling about the information I've found so far without even the recordings putting in it. And that's all this, how the dynamics of the sun and the moon is working. And I have already ideas, actually originated from free energy. And yeah, it's a question of working it out and see how.
But you said you wanted a year's worth, didn't you, Ceres?
Yeah.
We haven't got a year's worth.
At least one sun cycle on data, and of several other objects as well. But at least something to confirm the sun cycle for a year, and see how the moon also behaves with all the Anarima stuff.
Did you want to say something, Dave? No. Dave, did you want?
Because I wouldn't mind if you don't mind. It's just as a question in chat, quick for Robert. Just yeah, there's a guy called Flat Enough in chat, and he's just asking Robert if there's some way he can let us know of his source information, like if maybe he can upload some documents into Google or something.
Where is he wanting to load the source information to?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but I mean, maybe if you can just mention a name of a few of your sources, because you said you were listening to stuff.
Oh, you mean as far as the people that I've been listening to, as far as exposing the truth and the lies?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, like I said, I'm sure any information about your sources would be
Oh,
useful.
yeah. Okay. So one of the things that I've done, even though I don't have much of a following on my YouTube yet, what I've done is found out that my liked videos, right now I've got probably 150 liked videos, and they cover from the money masters of the central bank Ponzi scheme to melting rock and cutting steel with hydroxygen, which is electrolyzed water, salt water, to, of course, the cosmology of the world that we live in. And so that's kind of an effective way to cover a lot of material. So that's what I've been doing with that, my liked videos. And then what I'll do, if you go to my timeline, is that I'll pick one of the liked videos out of that list. And if they have their autoplay feature on, when they're on YouTube, if they're viewing it on YouTube, it'll just keep playing the list. Now, one of the channels that I found to be very effective from a biblical perspective of cosmology, is the truth is stranger than fiction. The cinematography is excellent. I enjoy his perspective and what he's choosing to elaborate on within all of this. So that's one of them, and then there are many others, too numerous to mention, but that's one that I've been favoring as of late.
Do, Robert, is you could put a couple of them in the chat, the Hangout chat, which we see, and then Dee can copy them over to the chat where the people are.
Okay, so how would I do that, Karen? That's what I'm trying to wonder. I'm trying to find out.
Can you, if I say hi, Robert, tell me if you see this on yours. You see that anywhere?
See, hi, Robert. How did you do that?
I typed in my on the right hand side of your
in the left top of the Hangout, you have the chat button to open the chat on the right side.
Well, what it says on the right side here is live up in the upper right corner, but on the left side there's a couple of drop-down boxes that are interesting. One of them is control room, screen share, and it shows the chat. And,
do you, Robert, on the left-hand side of your screen, do you see a little bar sticking out that you can write something?
Yeah, I do.
Well, Karen, you may have to put that in chat then, because I'm on my phone and I unfortunately don't have access to that.
Yeah, sure. Oh, it looks really good on my phone at the moment. I've got messages from Santos and Jon the Morgile. It's great. And Santos is saying thank you to us. Oh, golly, I'll have to write to them in a minute.
Oh, nice.
It is. Santos said something really nice. In fact, so did the Morgile. Santos says it's a great group. And Jon the Morgile said, oh my goodness, he's written me a long answer. But the one before, he said he likes talking in our group. He says you've got a great group. So that's two of them. So that's good, isn't it, guys? My group.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking here is the question in chat for my sources. What I would highly recommend is just to go to my page. I've got a lot there. You can scroll through and see it. If you like, the links are there. It would be kind of tough for me to go ahead. I don't really know how to transfer some of that data into this Google Hangout. Do you know how to do it, Karen, for me?
Yeah, well, what happens is, Robert, you can open up another page, right? And
okay,
if I send this link, then you copy this link, you press it, it will take you to the live, it will take you to where it's live, and there's a chat there.
You know what? I just I haven't really got the copy and paste thing down. Sorry. That's I've got to learn how to be more proficient at that. It's not something that
You can see that, Robert, and just press that. It will open up another window, and you can go straight there to where the live thing is and the chat group is, and then you can just put it in the.
I've got to learn how to be more proficient at that. It's not something that
You can see that, Robert, and just.
Yeah, there I am. I was hearing. Wow, that's kind of freaky. Okay.
Well, you can see yourself now, Robert.
Well, not only that, but it was like I was hearing myself a few seconds ago through a different window. Welcome. We're somewhat in a matrix of sorts. I mean, it's pretty amazing how well that delay. It's all digital. We don't really. Oh, my channel. Okay, so I'm there, and I'll go to channel. Let's see how that works. Oh, that's your channel.
Yeah,
well,
so you could put the link in there. You just type it in, and then the chat group will see it.
Okay, so Arwin, I just subscribed to your channel, and
More networking.
So, yeah, so now I'm on my channel, and I let's see. I don't know how to add that to the group, but it's my name, Robert Foertsch. So you can type that long name into there if you like. Hey, there you are, Flat Earth Research Dave. Nice. Oh, excellent. Okay.
Well, good, because hopefully more of us will become friends through this this live hangout.
I already subbed to him.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Dave, what's
Welcome.
your response been for your video? Have you gained more people and stuff like that?
Yeah, Santos said he liked it. Jaron said he subbed me, and he asked about the size of the moon. Mike Helmick liked it. Darren Nesbitt liked it. There's been quite a few big names in the Flat Earth community who've watched it.
Do you feel that the pace is picking up a little bit right now?
Yeah, I did send a link to Bob Nodal for him to have a look at. I know he'd actually seen the actual message, but he never actually said he'd give me any feedback. So I sent him another message saying I'd really like your feedback on this one, because I actually had a hangout with him about the first moon race, but with it being inconclusive, you see, I didn't really have any answers. But because I had the answers for this one, he never got back to me actually. So I would have liked to have a chat with him and obviously see what his thoughts were on it. Because I know he's quite clued up on his flat earth stuff, although he is still stuck on the circle map. So, but I would have loved his feedback on that. And just another thing, if anybody wants to do this, do a moon experiment, the simple thing is get dioptra, and all you need is time and date and dioptra, and just take a snapshot of the moon when it's on zenith or at south or north if you're below the equator, and just compare it with the readings on time and date, and just mark them down. And what you'll do, if you do it on consecutive nights, you'll have a gauge then to actually time how long that took. And if you do it throughout the month, you'll actually see the pattern where it actually speeds up, slows down, speeds up, slows down. So it's an easy experiment to do. All you need is dioptra, a pen, and timeanddate.com. So to get some readings on that, because like I say, it's very simple to do.
How accurate is timeanddate.com?
Well, if I just have a quick look on at one of my readings now on time and date, and I'll tell you what my dioptra reading was. And so my dioptra reading for the 6th of the 3rd, it was 187 degrees on the azimuth, 6 degrees on the altitude. Now, if I go to actual time and date snapshot, I don't think I got the time and date on this one, but I've got the moon count one, so I'll be able to do it off that one. And that one was 183.7, and the altitude was 55. So it's pretty close, you know what I mean? It's not. And also, best thing to do with the dioptra app or theodolite or anything like that is calibrate it before you use it, because if you don't, it's way off. You need to like do some like loop the loops and figure of eights and things like that. But let me just go to another reading here on the equator. So when I took a reading on the equator, moon count reading was, so just remember this, the actual elevation angle was 39 degrees and the moon horizontal angle was 177 degrees. So it was 177 degrees south and it was 39 degrees in the air. My reading now.
Are you sharing something?
No, I'm just telling you the actual figures.
Okay.
It just takes a little bit to open. So I got 182 degrees for the azimuth and 39 degrees for the altitude. So it's probably 1 or 2 degrees out, but you know what I mean? The moon's way in the same direction where you're pointing. So even if it's a couple of degrees out, it's still there. So if you could get it at south, like 180, then do it on the following night, and actually time that gap. It's usually 24 hours and 50 minutes, something like that, or just a bit under. You get yourself a gauge, and you'd be able to put them in like a, I don't know, a spreadsheet, or write them down, and then just time them gaps, and you'll see them grow and shrink as it goes through the month. And that's all I did. And I'd done a lot of moon readings with Doctor before, and compared them with time and date and moon count. So, and also what you can do as well, you can use Stellarium as well. You can just basically get it at south, and then obviously click 1 day forward and just move it up a little bit, because obviously moon takes a little bit longer a day, and you'll get a reading on Stellarium as well, which gives you the time in the bottom corner, even though it's not as accurate, but it does give you a bit of a gauge. So basically I've used like Dioptra, I've used Mooncalc, time and date, and Stellarium for my readings, and they're all pretty even and matched, you know what I mean? There's not a lot of difference in it, 2 or 3 degrees, but like I say, you can't hide that meridian crossing, and that's a great way of timing the speed of the moon. And like I said, there is quite a difference in it. If you think about it, when it crosses your screen and there's a 12-second discrepancy, it's quite a lot, 12 seconds just on your screen, you know what I mean? It is noticeable, especially when it's on the equator, because it does fly. So yeah, like I say, anybody can do that experiment, and it'd be interesting to get a few readings from around the plane. Yeah.
So anybody listening? Dave wants some more pictures.
Yeah, get some Doctor readings. Maybe I can start a page for them. We could just have Doctor moon readings from south and north.
Well, Series would love those, wouldn't you, Series?
Well, I've actually got about 1,000 on my phone anyway, so.
Really timed in a sense that you can actually get a grasp of what is happening there.
I was thinking, with your readings, couldn't you actually use the actual moon or the sun and like a star as well? So say like this time of year, you could actually shoot the moon and actually catch Jupiter as well. So you got a gauge. So when you actually take it in another part of the plane, you'll probably get it at a different angle, slightly different angle. That might be interesting to actually, build up a bit of a map like.
Yeah, the three-dimensional map in that sense of every location's perceptive bubble in that sense.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Yeah. Like I said, we're all in this little bubble, and that does actually have a big impact on readings, because like I say, you're getting a lot of when the moon's in certain positions, you will get a lot of refraction, and obviously with stars, they do tend to like focus on, if you know what I mean. Like if I am Doctor at a star, I can't actually see it through the screen, and I end up shooting nothing really. I think Jupiter, Venus are the only ones you can really catch. It's kind of my fault anyway, because it's like I say, it's not very good for the dark.
Is that what you wanted to hear, Series?
Yeah, more data. It's more reality, That's the only thing where we can actually base things on, and that's the thing what we did with so-called scientism, that we have to trust authority instead of the raw data or reality itself. Things
like I said, I've got loads of readings. You can have them. I've got about 1,000 on my phone, because I deleted all the actual images and all the other stuff on my phone. Just kept the Doctor readings and I've actually uploaded some on my Lunar Firma cosmology page as well. So if you want, I'll upload them to there, and you can go and grab them.
All right.
Thanks, Dave. I'm the person who entered them. 1,000. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I do like that app though, Dioptra. It's a brilliant little app, and it's got no advertising on it as well, because I hate actually advertising on them, because they bog down your phone, and you know what I mean, you get things popping up all the time. So all my apps on my phone are either premium or they're like Dioptra, which is no advertising on it, because I can't stand paying for an app, then obviously it pop up like an advert on it. So, and also it doesn't bog your phone down a lot, because my phone now, even though it's a year old, it's still running pretty smooth, because normally when you download a load of apps, they start slowing down a bit, don't they? So I try to keep my phone pretty clean.
Put them in a private message on Facebook. I will add them.
I just wanted to interject something about the paid ads on YouTube. What I've noticed is it's very common that there's going to be a space science fiction disinformation ad that's going to be on flat Earth videos. It's very common. And it would be nice if people did not need, if somebody does not need to monetize to produce their work on YouTube, it would be really nice if they keep it ad-free, because that deceptive propaganda has an effect whether people realize it or not. Walt Disney was big involved in this, as well as Spielberg and all the others that have created the science fiction. It's pretty elaborate. There's a new one that's showing the Mars kind of thing going on, and unfortunately, it's in a lot of our information about the true world that we live in, as best we can tell, and they like to get their deception in there. So that's my 2 cents worth.
That's one thing I would never do. I would never ask anybody for money. I've spent thousands and thousands on cameras and books on Flat Earth, but I would never ask anybody for any penny whatsoever. I make all my videos for free, and I would never ask them for any penny. You know what I mean? And if I couldn't afford something, I just wouldn't have it. Simple as that. I don't have things on credit. I've got no credit cards or anything like that. So if I haven't got the money, I don't buy it. And that's how I've always been like. So I would never ever get a bank card or get a credit card or a bank note or anything like that. Never.
Well, glad to hear that, Dave. I would like to see more of that going on.
Yeah, like I say, it's just, you know what I mean. Like I say, if I haven't got it, I won't have it. Simple as that. And if I want something, I'll still look for it.
Well, some people might be in a position where they don't have that luxury. Or that ability, I should say, unfortunately. And as I'm sure most of us have probably heard before, follow the money. And normally that leads towards an issue. The people that create money out of thin air and charge us money or charge us interest on money that doesn't exist and never will exist, they just create more of this. And it's a method of control. It's unfortunate. It's a system that we live in, and some of us are affected by it more than others. Speaking of which, in just a couple of weeks, there's going to be the experimental aircraft fly-in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. It's the biggest air show in the world, and I've attended it many times, and I plan on attending it this year. You got to know there's some people that realize we're not on a globe that are going to be attending that. Some of the wealthiest people in the world are going to be there with their private jets, their aircraft, their a lot of the people that are involved in this may be there. It'll be just kind of interesting to see it with new eyes, and or I should say a new perspective.
Well, but if you did those planes which are almost standing on their ends, or they go straight up without, don't forget to capture those bits. I'm sure you will.
Oh, I'll get lots of good pictures. That's for sure.
Some of those planes are.
Just changing the subject. Has anybody invested in the blockchain or in cryptocurrency at all? Because there's quite a few of the online currencies going out around, isn't there? I know I've invested in Litecoin and Ethereum, so.
I'm mining as we speak.
Well, I originally put about 500 quid, 300 quid on one and 200 quid on the other, and it took a little dip the other day, and I was a little bit worried, but then it's come up a little bit now, so I'm happy again. I'm actually only about 3 quid down, but I was 25 quid up 2 weeks ago, so I think I'm just going to leave it and just hopefully it's going to take off soon. But the Ethereum, I don't know if anybody knows about it. It's obviously like a cryptocurrency, a bit like Bitcoin, but it's got a lot more potential because you can have what you call smart contracts with it. So you can do a lot more with it. It's not just a currency. you can also obviously buy software and things with the Ethereum. So it looks like it might take off, and if it does, you can make quite a bit of money from a small amount.
You can even kind of with a joint community, you can actually create a currency within your currency, which is based on the Ethereum on that particular contract.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. And like I say, it's about 300. I think it's 300 quid for Ethereum at the moment. But if you look at Bitcoin, which is like 2,000, you know what I mean? It's like 10 times more. And the Litecoin, which is pretty good, it's only 30 quid for a Litecoin. So that's the one I've got most of my money on, and I'm hoping by this time next year that it will have gone up. And the things with cryptocurrencies, they're transparent. There's no central system to it, so nobody can actually view or see anything of what I've got. It's locked with me, and I'm the only one who have access to it. So nobody else has got access to my currency. I know people are quite scared about it, but like I say, I've invested in it, and it goes up and it goes down, but it seems to be on a trend where it goes up in the long run. So fingers crossed this time next year, I'm going to make a little bit of money off it.
You've got to wait that long though, Dan.
Well, I went. You can do short term if you want. You can wait for it to drop, bank some money on, then when it goes up, pull your money out, and keep doing that. But I thought I went for the long term line. I caught it when it was quite low, so I'm gonna just leave it now, and hopefully it might take off next year. Like I say, it's a risk, but it's
definitely a risk. But apparently, like I say, if you'd put $100 into Bitcoin in 2010, you'd have something like 72 million now. So
yeah, well, that guy bought two pieces, didn't he, with 21 Bitcoins, and they're worth something like 8 million now. So it's ridiculous.
Cool, lucky him.
I don't think I'm going to be a millionaire after 300 quid though, if I'm honest. But like I say, it's something what I thought about, and I thought, you know what, 300 quid in bank or 300 quid on there. The worst what could happen, I could lose 300 quid. That's the worst what could happen. So at the moment things are good, so I'm going to stick with it. But have a look at it anyway. It's quite easy to get into actually. I was quite surprised. I just downloaded an app called Coinbase, and you could just buy and sell off straight away, which is pretty good. But it's definitely worth checking out.
Well, Ceres knows all about it, Dave, so you've got someone to talk to if you want. Ceres decided he wanted to see how the matrix worked.
Yeah, I spend more time looking at blockchain videos now and cryptocurrency videos than actually flat earth videos at the moment. So, but like I say, it's quite exciting as well. You know what I mean? You've got your money on the line and it's going down and down and down. You're like, no, the next minute up it goes. It's like,
see, I'm exploring the exchange markets the same, and then you see all the things happening, and sometimes somebody makes a lot of money at some point, and you see the price drop, where people are playing on the exchange itself, just with huge capitals or something.
Yeah, I think they play the market so they go down, because they made out that the bloke who invented Ethereum, the bloke behind it, they reckon he died, and so he had to actually come online and show a picture of himself with the date and the time and say, no, I'm still alive. So they do try to manipulate him, because obviously if he died, the prices would drop, and they was actually dropping a little bit, and I was, like I say, I was a bit worried, but it's actually recovered a little bit now. So I'll just keep an eye on it. Just a quick check every day.
It's
you don't know much about it except what Siri told me.
Sorry, I have to do something. I put it in the chat, and maybe I will be back after some moments. Sorry.
Yeah, well, success.
Thank you, Artist. You've been a bit quiet today. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I put it in the chat what is the case. An old friend of mine is having some health issues. So.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Goodbye. Have a nice conversation, and see you next time.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you. See you again soon.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us in the Hangout.
So look at that. I'm sitting in front of 3 researchers still. Ceres, Dave, and Robert.
Yeah, like I say, I'm kind of learn as you go. You know what I mean? All I know is what I've learned from the last year and a half, 2 years.
You're beginning to get a lot more respect now, aren't you, Dave?
Yeah, I'm trying, but like I say, you know what I mean? Being a family man and working alternating shifts, it's hard work.
I've seen
you have to
you
sacrifice your sleep.
I've seen you, like, when we've been doing these late hangouts at 3 in the morning, suddenly there's Dave. He can't get to sleep like none of us can anymore.
Well, I have to get up at 4:30 when I'm working on the early shift, because I have to pedal for 5 miles on my bike. So I have to be there at 5:30, and it's so tiring when you pedal to work, then you pedal back, and you're tired all day. So it's like a vicious circle. Like I say, I only get 4 hours sleep on when I'm on the early shift.
Why do you have to pedal? Just don't you take your car?
I ain't got a car. It's about 5 miles. So it's about 10 miles a day. I know I ain't got a car now. I passed my test, but I just haven't got a car.
Oh, right, okay.
You get free cycles from work, you see. They've got a scheme called the Cycle to Work scheme, and they give you £1,000 for a bike. So I just get pedal bikes. It's and what you do, you get your new bike and you sell your old one. So that's what I've been doing for the last few years. And you get it tax free as well.
I bet it's nice when it's raining.
I go on the bus when it's raining. Yeah, there's the bus, like I said, it's not too bad. The bus has got Wi-Fi and all sorts, so you can just sit on the bus and play with my phone for a bit.
Yes, I know.
You'll see the Peggy incident on the NASA channel on YouTube, where she tried to do like a somersault or something, and she gets all twisted out of shape and falls head first. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you watch it. I've actually posted it on my Facebook page, and it's probably one of the...
Dave, can you share it? Show everyone.
I might have to go onto my Facebook profile to share it.
Okay, I would share it myself, but sometimes my computer goes a little bit slow, so I usually get Siri's to do it. But Dave's here, and you sometimes share stuff to us.
Yeah, I'll try.
On the left.
Yeah, I see it's changed, hasn't it?
Anyway, has anybody noticed with this astronaut, her hair isn't sticking up? How come her hair doesn't stick up? How come the others stick up like witches, but her hair doesn't stick up? Her hair should be sticking up like the rest, and it's not. Oh. You can play it again, Dave, because it's not that long. It's not that long a clip, is it?
No. If you watch it 13 seconds, the chain disappears as well.
What changes?
A chain disappears. Look at that. Oh, that's nearly worse than Tim Peaks. That.
Sorry, where's the chain?
If you watch carefully, a chain disappears. I've only seen it once disappear because I've only watched.
Oh, right, okay.
You got a chain on it.
Around her neck. Right.
Quality's not very good, is it?
But we can see it.
Yeah, hang out as well, lower quality.
We really need to collect. We really need to collect these clips.
She's on a harness.
Yeah.
Because she's on a harness, isn't she? That's why.
You really need to save these clips. I save all mine because, you know, soon, yeah, obviously NASA are getting better and better, and the technology is getting better, and we're going to struggle to find mistakes. If you've seen that other guy, his name is Fisher. He's a clever bloke, and he hardly ever makes any mistakes. So catching them play like us.
As you're on, Dave, you could always play your video with the volume off because we're talking, but you could all play your moon race video.
Yeah, I was just looking for the thingy. My
oh, and then he fell away.
Oh no, he's locked himself off. He'll be back. He'll be back in a moment. Robert, you can see the experiment that Dave did. because obviously he's made a video. I don't know if you've seen it when he comes back.
No, I did see the Moon Race 1 and 2. Very much enjoyed those.
Have you thought about doing anything like that?
Well, yes, and I thought probably not to do it, but I'm fascinated by it. I just love taking the still pictures and the short videos. He did that in a very excellent manner. I haven't been able to do that type of work.
I'll just message him and see where he's gone.
Yeah, there he is.
He's back. There he is. He's back. We lost you.
Yeah.
So I just have something funny to tell you. Now, earlier in the broadcast, towards the beginning, I just dropped off, and I want to let you know what happened. When I was connected, my computer, my laptop, was sitting on an aluminum table. When I picked the computer up and put it on my lap, the broadcast went away. Just one more reminder of how conductive aluminum is. When I'm out on the beach sometimes, I've been able to pick up Wi-Fi from unsecured sources with using like my umbrella pole, which is an aluminum pole, or the dolly I sometimes use, which is aluminum. Just kind of funny. That may come in handy for somebody. Sometimes a computer on the roof of a car will get reception that it won't get, inside the car. Just kind of funny. I'll end up connecting maybe a headphone jack or something like that, or my power cord. Any of those things connect the device to the electrical system on the car, which actually, the grounding system on that quite often works as an antenna. Just food for thought. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Say that last bit again. I was just doing something. Say that last bit again.
Well, what I was going to say, if I'm trying to pull a Wi-Fi signal off of an unsecured source, and I'm like in my car, I'll connect all the wires I can to the device, like the headphone cords, the power cord of my computer. I'll plug it into my inverter that's hardwired into my electrical system on the car, and it gives me a lot more reach for picking up signals. Yes.
So, yeah, different signals. Yeah, because you go down to the beach, don't you? So what, you're just using your own phone mobile stuff when you go down to the beach, your own data?
Well, yeah, and the thing with that is depending on the location of the device, I'm typically drawing off of the cellular networks. However, if I put the phone, my iPhone, too close to the sand, down too low, I'll sometimes lose my broadcast.
Yeah, because we find that you lot in America have quite a lot, although you have quite a lot of difficulty with your, like Blaine. He can hardly ever get on, can he, series, because he's just got such Wi-Fi problems. Even though he's using his phone, he just cannot. And a lot of Americans, they get quite interrupted. Their signal gets quite interrupted when they're using their mobiles.
Well,
we're doing it on the house on my modem from downstairs.
Well,
but those using their data, it seems quite difficult sometimes in America.
Well, here's what happened in when I'm in South Carolina, and you and I have talked about this, Karen. We get 16 million guests annually in that area where I live, in a 60-mile stretch. A lot of people, a lot of internet data traffic. And what happened was it would be tough for me to upload things to Facebook or YouTube. I get up here to Wisconsin, and I was able to upload really fast when people were sleeping. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I was able to post things real quick that were longer. And so it's got to do with the amount of people on the network, evidently, accessing that.
Robert, what would you do if you couldn't have the Wi-Fi?
What's that?
What would you do if you couldn't have the Wi-Fi? Because you go live most days, don't you, on your Facebook?
Well, quite often I'm not actually using Wi-Fi when I'm on Facebook Live. I'll be using the cellular data on the phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would you do if you couldn't use that? Because you go live all the time.
Well, if I couldn't do that, I could still go live on YouTube from a fixed location. I could take a deactivated iPhone and use the camera and connect through the Wi-Fi signal, and I could take people for, if I couldn't go to the beach anymore for whatever reason, and I didn't have mobile cellular data, I could show people my photo album on a live broadcast, and I could comment on the pictures and do my own Google Hangout with me. Or just kind of, walk people through, here's so-and-so walking their dog, and notice the shadow reflection and the real dog. Like Gilligan. If you go to my my photo album, you'll see him sitting there looking out at the horizon, a little puppy. And you can see his shadow reflection and himself. And the symmetry of that puts them all real close to the same size. It has to do with the position of the lens, the placement of the sun, and all that. It's kind of fun. I mean, I want the photos to engage hearts and minds. That's what that's about. It's not just an intellectual.
We very much appreciate that you spend that much time and effort every day. Just to say that Dave's video is now playing, so people can watch. Dave, do you just want to talk through that a little bit?
Yeah, this is just the actual. This is the actual footage what actually shot. Then obviously combined it all, but it's actually real time. This is not speeded up at all. This is actually in the real time. What I've just noticed is, because I caught the full moon on the equator, the two. The waxing moon and the waning moons, they look like you could probably fit them together, like if you put them together. And maybe that's got something to do with it being, because obviously one was on the Tropic of Capricorn and one was on the Tropic of Cancer, but they look like, to me, you could probably put them together, but like I say, when you're doing an experiment like this, it's not as easy as it looks. You know what I mean? To get the moon to travel in a straight line across your screen, because it's going up and down, it's either going up or it's either going down, or it's either going up and down if you get it at zenith, because it crosses the zenith part and it starts going down. And it does take quite a long time to get from one end of the screen to the other. But as you can see, the moon actually a difference in size. The one on the right, the bottom corner, that was when it was on Tropic of Capricorn, and you can see it's not a very good sharp picture either, because you're shooting through lots of layers of atmosphere. You can't really get a really good sharp image. But then if you look at the actual one on the Tropic of Cancer on the left, you've got quite a sharp image on that one. What I did as well with these, I shot them at 60 frames a second, so I got the best frame rate I could possibly get out of it. And I think that actually, that was in my favor as well, because I'm shooting it as the highest quality I can do and the highest frame rate, and I'm only using an optical zoom as well. I didn't use no digital zoom on these pictures, on these videos. I only used the optical. So because if you use just the optical, you see, then you can gauge exactly where your zoom level is. When you start going to digital, there's no actual readings on the camera to say your time's 160, your time 170. It's just a little white bar. So what I did, I took it to the maximum and then clicked it back one little click. And as you can see, it's quite a long process to get it to go from one end to the other. And also,
else I've noticed, Dave, is the right-hand side of the moon, the top right-hand side, like between 1 and 3, it isn't exactly round there. There's a sort of wobble in the moon, isn't there?
Yeah, the reason why is because it's not quite full. That's why.
Well, I've seen it in other places where it's got like an edge to it. There's a sort of jaggedy edge on it.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. It's like when it's not full, you get the craters are prominent, so you see a little bit of crater on it. That's what it is. It's quite difficult to get a proper full moon. It's only full for a few minutes.
Do you believe it's flat though? Because a lot of people say, like when they're filming it, I think even Robert will say the moon looks pretty flat.
I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if it's flat or if it's just a light. It could be just a light, and it could be just that image when it projects onto the atmosphere. It creates the image. I don't know. It's difficult to say. It looks like a ball when it's waxing and when it's waning, but it clearly doesn't when it's.
Oh no, I don't always see a ball. It's a disc, but Preston came on one day and he explained that he was looking at it, and although it looks like textures and stuff, it's flat.
Yeah,
I don't really believe that it's flat. What I would say is that there's a round side and there's a side that's not so round. And I've got a lot of pictures of it. And what's interesting too is in relationship to where the sun is at the sunrise, there's an appearance of something there where the moon isn't normally appearing. It's like a silhouette of sorts. I don't even know how to exactly describe it. It looks circular in almost like a translucent appearance.
Have you taken pictures of it?
Well, yeah, I've got probably out of over 1,400 images on my photo album. There's probably over 100 moonshots, and you can see the various stages or phases that it's in and times of the day.
Maybe you can tag me in a few, Robert.
Okay.
And Dave, did you film this?
No, this is what I got off YouTube. It's one of the first 4K shots of the moon shot through a really powerful telescope.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, pretty sharp.
On our group, we have George Berger. Is that his name? He's at the moment. When he zooms in, the moon just looks so small and so close.
Yeah, he takes some good shots actually.
Yes,
so does Judith does as well. Judith in our group.
Yeah, she has some good skies as well. Like you can see the actual craters when it's near the terminator line. But if you look on the far side, it looks like it's like a flat disc. You know what I mean? It's like an optical illusion. But these are quite good shots.
Well, when I first got the Nikon Coolpix, and it was probably 5 o'clock in the morning. You can see it on my photo album because it's early on when I got the camera. I had never seen the moon anything less than the NASA images, or like it looked like mostly round. And what I took a shot of kind of freaked me out because I thought I hadn't seen this before. And so I don't even know quite what to make of it. I'm not afraid of showing any of the pictures now. It's just that initially it was like, wow, that doesn't look like what we supposedly landed on. That's what my original takeaway was.
Yeah, you can see the slight wave from the actual atmosphere wave, but you imagine getting this close to an object 238,000 miles away. It's
well, what I showed in some of the videos when I'm talking about it is, okay, here's a pelican about 5 miles away, and I'll zoom in on it, and it fills the entire viewfinder at 83 times multiplication. Now here's the moon, and I'm going to zoom in on it 83 times magnification, and it goes from what it appears with the naked eye to all of a sudden it would fill up maybe 7 viewfinders. How does that work? Well, it's obviously not 238,000 miles away. I just don't know how to measure how far it is away.
Well, it's difficult to measure because, like I say, if you triangulated it, obviously one of the persons who's going to triangulate is going to be going through a lot of layers of atmosphere, and they're going to be getting a lot of refraction. It's difficult because, like I say, the best time to take a picture of the moon is when it's closest to you. So when it's on the Tropic of Cancer for me and it's south, you can get a really good sharp picture. And that's when I took these pictures the other day. See if I can get this picture up.
Do you know what also looks really strange as well is when it is like going through its what do you call it?
Its phases.
Yeah, it's phases. When you actually zoom in, when it goes from the moon into the black, quite often it just looks so weird. It doesn't look right. The bit where it's leaving from the moon into the black, it just looks so weird.
Yeah, it does. The thing is that other half is actually there because obviously when you get a crescent moon and you get that light, you can actually light up the dark side, and the actual disk is actually there if it is a disk. So, and interestingly, when people say they've seen stars through the moon, I've never ever seen a star through the moon. I've seen Aldebaran be occulted by the moon, and it obviously went behind it. And I've seen other footage where where stars have gone behind it. They always go behind it, even on the shadow side. So you'll see them like just twinkle a little bit, then boom, once you see that shadow side.
Sometimes, doesn't it, Dave? You know, when they take pictures, you can almost see like there's like stars on the moon, if you know what I mean. They've got sparkly like bits that are shiny, and maybe that's what people think is stars shining through the moon. They're actually on the moon.
I've actually caught a star really close to the moon. I thought it was like a UFO at first. I thought it was a UFO. I'll try and find it for you. Stop that. Stop
that. I'm so glad I'm not the only one that has problems. You've got a lot of data. Robert, where do you put all your stuff then? Do you put it on a stick or something?
Well, I've got a solid state external drive that's 4 terabyte, and then I've got a backup of that. So that'll hold a lot of data. I've actually got a couple of external drives. They're portable, so they use the power source of the laptop.
I think I'm near there.
Always when you want to find it.
I know I'm near there because I'm trying to light up the moon on these images. If you see how they're lighting up. Got thousands and thousands. I need to sort them out, really.
Well, you do really nice work, Dave.
Yeah, that's an interesting picture. What I did, I lit the moon up. See it?
Wow.
I overexposed it and lit it up like.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't find that.
That's how it looks on my phone camera. If I use my phone camera, the moon. Well, I can't even get anything on it.
I found it. I found it.
Hey.
There you go.
Oh, of course, the star with the. Oh, cool. That is quite close, isn't it? Have you seen that, Robert?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I was talking about. What is that, Dave? What's going on there?
I don't know because the Stellaria map didn't show anything there at all.
And what I've noticed to capture that, it's a certain amount of magnification. It's very precise to get that, but I'll see it with my naked eye. You know, I'll see that appearing like that, but at too much magnification, it doesn't seem to appear. I've got to back out a little bit. It's almost like it needs to be at about optical only zoom. If I go into digital, it goes away, it seems.
There it is.
I've got some photographs to upload myself, by the way, Dave. I haven't done those yet, but I've got some pictures to upload to Sun and Moon.
Yeah, like I said, that was I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I thought, what the hell's that? Because it was actually traveling with the moon. But it must have been a star because it was going slightly faster. I don't know if you can notice on that image there, but when you when you look at other images.
Siri, have you seen that before? D, series, have you seen that before?
Sorry, I'm typing away in chat here. What are we talking about?
Oh, Dave, just show D again. Just show D the little star by the moon. See if he...
Oh, Star by the Moon. Yeah, I've seen a star by the moon before with the P900. Yeah.
Right close to it like that.
You see, it's moving now. Look, it must be a star because it's actually gone from the crescent tip further on.
That's some good stuff there.
Thank you, D. How's the chat room going?
Yeah, it's going really well at the moment. Yeah, nice people in there tonight, so it's all good.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any. I don't see any words coming up that says D has removed the words. Series, have you seen that little star? No, he's eating.
Never actually really observed much lately, other than data.
I just have to ask because Patricia's been so quiet. Patricia, are you still there or have you fallen asleep?
No, I'm still here.
Hello, my darling. What do you make of tonight's talk then?
What, sorry?
What do you make of tonight's talk then?
It's been really interesting. I must admit I sort of drifted off a little bit, but yeah, I like the Robert talking about the, you know, like the healthy lifestyle and stuff, really, because that's what I'm trying to do at the minute. You know, so yeah, everybody's been really interesting.
Thank you, my darling, because I know that you're sitting there, but Patricia doesn't mind, or you like listening. And anyway, to be honest, this last few days, even I found it difficult to say anything because everybody's talking. So I know how you feel now.
Oh, bless.
And just when Patricia wants to say something, someone says something, so she doesn't say anything.
It's one of those things. I'd rather being on there.
Sorry, wait a minute, Dave. Sorry, what did you say, Patricia?
So there's a lot of interesting people out there that have got lots more to say. I just pipe up now and again.
Yeah, you're very good when you put your stuff across, though. You might not say that much, but when you do, it's got a punch to it. So thank you, my darling.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
Just noting that you're there. And you said, Dave, you like John. I was actually asking him about a different hangout because you know on the hangout with Mark Sargent and Santos and Darren, I asked if they'd come back, and they said yes. So I was talking to Jon Morgile about coming back on that on the next one, and then he said, "What is it now?" And I said, "No." I said, "I was being cheeky. I'll send you the link." And then suddenly there he was.
Yeah, John's brilliant. He knows his stuff. And like I say, I think he was spot on when he was on about IPS because he's using the same techniques as what the Freemasons use. He's using that kind of deceit, if you know what I mean, how they deceive people, how they manipulate people and things like that. He's using the same techniques. And like I say, I don't know why I should have to pay for anything on Flat Earth. If you want to do something, fund it yourself. You know what I mean? If I wouldn't do a balloon launch, I'd set up the money myself and do it. I won't rely on other people to pay for it because, like I say, look what happened when Globebusters did it and lost a balloon. It comes back and bites you on the backside, doesn't it? So,
well, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because originally, like you did, said, "Oh, go and get a YouTube channel and monetize it." And well, I started doing it, and I just didn't feel comfortable with it monetized, so I don't put it on there on any of my videos.
Yeah, I know well. Like I say, when Cannavart designed that T-shirt, the moon one, and I printed it, got it printed. Everyone wanted to buy that. You know what I mean? They said, "Oh, I paid £50 for that," but I could have said, "Yeah, all right, I'll set up one of them accounts where you can actually have them made, and you have to sell many of them." But you know what I mean? I'm not really bothered about their money. I work anyway, so I earn my own living, and everything I've contributed to Flat Earth has been out of my own pocket. I haven't had to rely on other people to pay for cameras and I think that guy from he's got all his group members saving up for a telescope for him, but he's been doing that for like a year and a half now, and he's still got the telescope. So I don't know.
Can I just say though that I commend you for doing it, and most people don't know that Dave's got a nice little library of books which have cost him a fortune. But don't you think it's really sad that it's actually the people that have to pay for their own research? When you've got all these bodies like NASA and all these sitting there spending millions, and yet it's the people out of their own money that are proving what's happening.
Yeah, when I was in one of them chats, I see somebody send $250 in the super chat. You know what I mean? That's a lot of money. It's
well, one of the benefits here, and this is the direction that I've taken. What I do is wanting to show people that with their own eyes and observational skills, they can observe a world that is different than what we're being told by the official narrative, the movies, the science fiction, the lies and the deception. So it's pretty amazing. Like for what I do on the beach, if I started to do anything for profit that changes the way everybody would see me. I do this out of the desire I have to help the people that I meet, whether it's face-to-face, Facebook or YouTube or whatever. I'm just so grateful, and I want other people to be set free. And so I don't have to ask for money, and I'm grateful for that. And the way that I look at it is I believe God created me to do the purpose that you get to see. What you like is, I believe, his workmanship. He took a broken vessel like me. He took me because out of his good grace. It's no virtue I had in myself apart from him. So it's the pride is not. I don't see myself as a proud individual when I used to. I give all the credit to God for what he does in and through me. And that's the beauty of all this. It's not look at me, it's look at him. Look at what he does. He created the world that we get to live in. All the creatures, the beautiful birds and pets and people and all of that. And I understand there's an evil element that's unfortunately deceived and corrupted much of humanity in the world that we live in. I get that. And yet God works in the midst of that for his purposes. Satan uses who he can and what he can. God uses everybody and everything, including Satan. That's the amazing thing. And his will be done. And that's just the way that I see it. And I'm so grateful. There was a man who called me from California. It was, midnight our time, and we were on the phone for 4 hours. And at about the 3-hour point, he said, you seem to be a really sincere guy. I've found some things out about the Bible I believe would cause you to lose your faith. I said, well, go ahead and tell me what you got. And he did. And I said, well, I've looked at that. I'm solid with my belief, and I'm basing my eternal soul on it. He said, but you don't have any proof. You just have your belief. And I said, bingo. That's all I need is that belief. People believe a lot of things. They're not going to be able to believe the truth of Scripture unless God allows them to. It's going to be either a fairy tale or...
lots of people don't know who they are, don't know what they want, and they're never going to believe a lot of the other stuff then, are they? Because they won't know, and they'll say, I don't know. But about this flat earth, even if you can't prove it all, it's the truth.
Oh, yeah, it was so funny. One of the questions in a group was, what was one of the main things that helped you to realize we weren't on a globe, and it was the flat water, and Roxel says when she pees it goes straight down, and she's right. That's the water seeks its own level, and then it gets real flat. Undisturbed water is flat. You could walk in and look, if you're fortunate enough to have indoor plumbing like many of us do, the toilet water is a flat. And the water in my glass or jug, undisturbed, is flat. It doesn't matter how big the container gets, it's still flat if it's undisturbed. On my profile or my cover photo, there's a beautiful plane here with crepuscular rays from the sun and beautiful clouds perfectly reflecting from above. It's a plane level, sea level liquid mirror. If I had one photo to show people and say, what do you think about that? You know, that's one of the things, but it's to engage the sense of awe and wonder of it all. So I understand we were lied to and deceived and all that. At first I was a bit put off by it. I was a bit angry about it. And then what's happened is each day is kind of like an adventure, and God keeps showing me new things, and it's enjoyable. So there's a range of emotion.
Hear what you're doing.
Mad about the truth, about the lie.
Yeah.
And then you'll find the joy of the truth of the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. That picture that's going across now, Dave, there are little specks on it. And those are what people think of the stars when you see less of the moon, isn't it? Because they're still there on the bit that's missing, like in our view. And people think they're stars, I think.
Yeah, this was a little video I put together when I was a bit angry when I was taking my son to BQ.
So do you think you can see through it? Do you think you can actually see through the moon or not, Dave?
You only can see through it because it's, like I say, I think it's a projection. So as that projection gets further away, it becomes see-through. And obviously, it's difficult to see. You can only see it fade away normally when it's rise, because when you look at it on the I've got my train of thought now. Well, basically, when it rises, obviously it's further away, so you see it through more layers of atmosphere. It's like looking at a mountain far away. The top looks like bluey colour, doesn't it? You know, if you look at Mount Fuji from a distance, it's the same kind of thing. Like I say, I think it's projected through our atmosphere. It is there in the ether, and the image from our point of view is projected, and we just see that projected image of the moon. And that's why we always see the face of it as well.
Robert, what do you reckon then? Do you reckon you can see through it, or are you the same as Dave?
Oh, let me see. There I am. You know what? I've seen it at different times where it appeared that I was able to see through it, and I would say, you know what? I've seen too many other pictures that show evidence of a presence there that you couldn't see through. So I would say, no, well, it may be more of almost like a crystalline, possibly translucent somewhat. I don't know. There's it's its own independent light source as best I can tell. So it's, I don't know. That's the big answer. That's the short answer. I don't really know. And part of this is what I really believe about it. I know you're asking. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or curt. When we look at something, what I believe or you believe, it's pretty individual, and it affects our perception of things. And I'm going to a little bit more philosophical perspective on that. See, my individual perspective is effective for me, and yours is for you. I don't know if I'm able to. What would you say you're getting from that, Karen?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is my perspective and belief is only actually effective for me. Now, if I can communicate it in a way that someone else says, yeah, I see what you're saying, then it becomes theirs too. Okay, then when I grab a camera and I take a picture that causes people to go, huh, look at that. What the heck is that? That's what I do with the camera, is give people an image that is a catalyst for consideration. And exactly what we're looking at, it's a bit mysterious, especially with the stars. You know, they'll look like it's maybe water involved somehow, or waves. I don't know, because those waves of distortion apparently don't show up on either side of the star. It's only right on it. And by the way, this morning's broadcast, there were waves going on in the lake that I've never seen before in my life. They were unlike any wave I've ever seen before. And it wasn't, well, they were, what's that?
In the lake.
Yeah, in the lake in front of me, a boat would go by and there would be the normal waves. I saw those. And there was almost no wind, so there were only a few ripples. But then there were these faster waves that were going by really quickly. And they almost looked like a reverberation of sound, or some kind of interaction with the water that I didn't know what it was coming from. That's all. And it was sporadic when it would happen. It was almost like there was some kind of, well, something acting on the water that I couldn't explain. Yeah.
Not good then. Sorry, sorry, Robert, I asked Dave to save that picture because, Dave, the picture you're showing.
Well, what are we looking at here?
Dave will explain it. Dave, hear you at the moment. No, Dave. Flat Earth calling Dave. While he's waiting to come back, we all talk about that bit where you can look into the moon and it looks like there's a universe inside the moon.
Well, I don't know that I've seen that before.
It's where there's, you know what?
A few times I've seen where you actually zoom in so far, and then you get on those particular spots where you have these dark regions, particular lighter spots. It's like you're actually looking into a universe.
Yeah, I think Dave's back now. Dave, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just wanted to show you this image. This is one I like to show people. If you look at the bright spot is actually the moon, and the actual image of the moon is actually a lens glare reflection. I think it might have been shot through a window, actually. That's why you get the actual reflection a bit like that. But that's what I'm trying to explain to people, how the moon works. It's carried in the ether, the light, and what we see is that projected image through our atmosphere. You see a perfect image where a light is projected and it's produced the image of the moon through the projection.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's a bit of a theory that it's not what I know. It's just what I think. If you know what I mean, it's what's been going on in my head. It's the only way I can explain it really, because like when you see clouds behind the moon and you see it obviously see-through in the sky, like opaque, whatever. I think the only reason for that is if it was a projection, because otherwise you'd see it get smaller and smaller, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and also, why is it so bright in one and looks like a little moon in the other, when really, if it's a reflection, it should be just as bright as the other one, shouldn't it?
It should be, but like I said, that's optics for you, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like a.
You know that I've caught that, don't you? That I've caught that, and yeah, I caught it through the glass, but I have 3 images on mine.
So who captured this image? Was that you, Karen?
Not this one.
No, it was Anne Lewis.
Okay, so the way that I've got my bedroom set up, it faces south, and I get to watch the sun and the moon sometimes, depending on their relative perspective, my relative perspective, and its height. And they're a thermopane glass, so there's a gap in between the glass. And sometimes the optics of the moon appear largely different than without the glass in front of it. It makes a different. There's a special effect that occurs, and so I don't really know what this is that we're looking at. Did you believe, Dave, that it was the bright object is the projector that gives us the moon appearing down below? Is that what you're thinking it may be?
Yeah, like I've explained about the moon and the stars being caught in the ether flux, I believe it's the moon's caught in there, and from our perspective, when it's projected through our atmosphere, we see that actual bright spot as the moon. I mean, like I say, I could be wrong. Like I say, I'm just clutching at straws, really. But that was just showed you then. That was a time lapse of the moon in the daytime, when it was further south, as you can see it like curves away from you.
Whoa.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, can you see how the curve's trajectory, because it's on that southern vortex.
Well, you know, this is such an involved work in progress. You know, we've got the one aspect of exposing the lies and the deception, and then trying to establish what we believe is really happening. And then in between that is almost like the hard data and empirical evidence that people can observe for themselves, like where the sun rises and sets in their world and the moon, and if they care. You know, if I say, or I should say, when I say to somebody, you know, we really didn't land on the moon, the lighting and shadows are all wrong, and it looks like it's on a sound stage. The horizon is way too close. It's obviously faked. And they say, I just believe we went there. I don't have much for them. If they don't want to look into it, it shows me that they don't really care to. Well, they may not love the truth. You know, the scope of the deception is so huge, it's overwhelming for most people to even consider. Yes. And so many people are used to being told what they believe. It's not that they're given a catalyst for consideration. They're being told what the facts are, and it's a lie. Whether it's monkeys turning into people or trips to Mars that are fake space. You know, it's all CGI. Give us a you know, I've got a camera, I can take pictures of the moon, and supposedly you've got spacecraft that can communicate with Houston. Houston, we've got a problem. We don't have any real friggin' pictures of the world that we live in. You're making this stuff up. So part of it is simply approaching people not with the theory of what I believe is going on, just simply to say it's a big deception. It's a big lie. And when they come with the aliens seeded us or something like that, or a huge spacecraft that shows up like one of these science fiction movies, people are going to be deceived. And it's not just about, this is the big deal, a really big deal I'm about to tell you, is that this is what God's word says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. They refused to love the truth and so be saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion. Now it says that that delusion is so powerful that if possible, even the elect would be deceived. Who are the elect? Basically all of God's children. They will not be deceived. So that's why I encourage everybody to really examine our heart, their heart, to see if you're truly in the faith. This isn't, I'm not walking around telling people to stop and start doing stuff. It's more of just examine yourself. Do you really love the truth, or do you believe what you want to believe because it serves some kind of a purpose for you? And you know what? They're not going to be able to even see, because for me, I thought I was born again until I actually was. Short version. So God himself makes it totally impossible for them to process the data, the input, what their own eyes see right in front of them. They're not going to be able to get it because they don't love the truth.
Do you know the one thing, if anybody pushes me now, I know it's a little bit difficult, but basically go to the sea, there's land the other side, maybe 20 miles away, with a P900, zoom in, and then you can see their feet on the beach. And that would be impossible 20 miles away if it was a ball.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Dee knows, don't you, Dee?
Sorry, what do I know?
Got a P900.
Yeah, I've got the old P900.
Just very quickly, because I know you're in the chat, but explain what you did with the lighthouse.
Oh, yeah. Well, basically, I've got a lighthouse close to me. I go down to the beach and I can zoom in on it. I mean, it's 21 kilometers away from the beach that I'm zooming in on. And I went down there one day and I could only see half the lighthouse. I went down there a few weeks later and I could see the entire lighthouse, rocks underneath and everything. So, I mean, I'll put the video together. I'll stick it in chat in a second, but
yeah, I've seen that. That's refraction. It changes throughout the day as well. Like sometimes you'll see it half of it, then sometimes you'll see more of it. Like it all depends on the atmosphere conditions.
Yeah, I need to get down there for the day and do it for the whole day.
What about swell, Dave? What about swell from the tide?
Well, the tide's an interesting one, because when you get the tides, you get them at either end of the continents, don't you? Like, you know what I mean? They'll rise at the same time. Maybe it's some kind of pressure, the barometric pressure or something. Imagine the Earth like breathing. The pressure's changing all the time, and the pressures are going down and up. What you do, the pressure will push the waters out and up, and maybe the Earth's like breathing, and it's just a change in barometric pressure throughout the plane, like where the sun warms one place up and it heats the pressure and it expands, and it's something. That's what I've come to the conclusion anyway. The Earth is like breathing. If that makes any sense.
That goes into Alan's heartbeat, doesn't it? Well, we know someone like the heartbeat of the Earth, and
yeah.
Well, one of the things that there's conspicuous by its absence is a whole area of observation. One of them is little moon, big tide, big moon, little tide. It's counterintuitive. It's different than than I was told and remember. So how does it work? Well, I don't exactly know. However, if I go back to Genesis 1, there's the rain that started, the floodgates of heaven, and the fountains of the deep. I know what a fountain looks like. And below the water, there's a pump. And it could be exactly like you're talking about, David, that there's that the barometric pressure, that could be a component of it. There could be a massive reservoir that the water goes in and out of. We don't really know. And there's another category of information that I look at, and that is there are some things that I will not know, and I may never know. I can't figure out, and I just go, okay, I'm going to work on something else. I'm going to work on exposing the obvious lie and showing the beauty of what we can all look at and let people come to their own conclusion. You know, it's kind of interesting. There's people like, in general, this is just a personal observation, people like to buy, people don't like to be sold. As soon as they feel like somebody is trying to sell them something, it seems like the defense mechanisms go up and they're not interested. The beauty of the internet and like YouTube and Facebook is that we can post information up there and create content that people can review without fear of being ridiculed when they're reviewing it or looking at it. They've got kind of like a voyeur kind of, well, there's a certain amount of anonymity when people are doing their own research. What I endeavor to do is to be a catalyst for consideration, and that's what I present to people is what do you make of this? Okay, you're a thinking. Hopefully, you're wanting to know the truth, and with the images that I'm showing you, what's your takeaway on that? What do you see? And that's part of it. And some people are going to get it and others are not. They're not going to be interested. I'm pretty vocal about saying we're definitely not on a globe and we didn't go to the moon. They're lying about this and more.
What I've got here, Karen, is
sorry, carry on.
I've got obviously a time lapse of Polaris and one at the south from Kofo. And what I'm explaining about the moon, what it does when it's on the Tropic of Cancer and it's high in the sky, it's on this little tight circle there. As it moves further south, that circle gets bigger and bigger till it comes to the celestial equator, and then what it'll do, it'll cross over like a figure of 8, and then it'll go around the southern vortex. And because on the equator they only have access to a small amount of sky, they'll always see it as a pretty straight line. Us in the north and south have access to a lot more sky. I think Morgile explained that with the different in density and in the north and south. But it's just like a system where it actually goes out, gets bigger, and obviously as it's getting bigger, it needs to cover more ground. So that's what will happen. And then when it gets to the celestial equator, it'll cross over, and that's when it'll start slowing down and spiraling inwards. And whether this is a perspective thing from our point of view, or it's actually happening, that's another question what I've asked myself, because it could be pure perspective, like, you know, from our viewpoint. Because I don't know if you saw the video by Foertsch when he did that experiment with when he puts a light in the middle and he draws a circle, then he comes a bit closer and he draws a circle. What he's saying is, he's saying the stars on the outside are closer and the ones in the centre further away. Now I think opposite to that. I think the ones in the centre are closer away, but we get this like when you put a pair of binoculars backwards and you get that like vision. I think we get that kind of a perspective from the celestial sky in the north and south.
See that one with Morgile when he had the laser going through 2 fountains in the pond, and there's no light, but when the laser went through, it sort of split up and looked a bit like your stars on the wall.
Yeah, like I say, it's with time lapse. What it does, it shows you what a magnetic field looks like, really. If you look at a magnetic field through a light, like you can put like a screen over top of it and put the magnet underneath it and light it, and you'll see the actual field. and it's basically the same field as this. You know what I mean? You've got two poles, and one will turn one way, and the centrifugal force will get greater, and one will turn the other way. And it's similar. There's a guy on YouTube, I can't remember his name, but he explains how magnets work, and there's not many people who can actually explain how magnets work. And he does a lot of camera work as well, actually, and I'll try and dig him out for you. He's got a really weird name. And in fact, I'll have a quick look now, see if I can find him.
Toroidal fields. Thanks, Dave. Toroidal fields, eh? Series' favourite word, that one.
I figure the sun and the moon are the center of one, and they're floating on the earth between north and south, so kind of pendular, and then two against each other over a field.
Is that a bit like your picture series? You've got the slice through with the stars. It's got like a dome on the top, but it's not a dome. It's in like 3 sections, like that.
I mean this one.
Oh no, that's your latest one. That's your drawing. I meant you've been putting one out in our group with the stars and how the stars really are up there.
Oh, the 5D and then that, yeah. Yeah, kind of, but I'm still working on how you figure that on the dimensions.
Yeah, I know it's a bit different for yours, but Series thinks that he might have been worked out how to explain the 6th dimension.
Yeah, in a sense, you need to work up to the hypotropical, I don't know, that particular last figure. What is that whole thing of the 13th level, something of how you build up from the seed to the flower to the fruit, etc. And eventually the tree within as well.
Just trying to find that.
I figured that.
I'm trying to find something like Dave.
1 of 7.
Yeah.
Can I just say something, guys? We've now been on here for 4.5 hours. I've been at work today and I'm beginning to get just a tiny bit tired. We'll go on for a little bit longer, but I have to go soon.
Yeah, no, that's right. I think Jon the Morgile's just gone live anyway. So.
Has he? Sure, when he said that's 3 hours ahead. That's 3 hours time, and we've been online the whole time.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for now. It's been a real
Robert,
pleasure.
you're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to go, Robert. Robert, you said you were only coming on for about half an hour, so I'm amazed. I hope you enjoyed the hangout.
I did very much. Thank you.
And it's brilliant having you on.
Well, thank you very much. I enjoyed it as well.
And you know I love you, don't you, Robert?
Love you all too.
Take care, Robert.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
Bye, Robert. Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, darling. Bye.
Bye. Bye. I always say it when they've gone.
You've got to be quick on the chat room, haven't you, Dave? To get your bit in, to say something, you've got to go for it. You take 1 second to think about it. That's it. You've lost your spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off as well. I'm getting up early morning. I've got to go see my lads for the birthdays.
Oh, that's nice, Patricia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find that.
Well, thanks for being on the hangout, Patricia, and we'll see you soon.
All right, take care. Love you all.
Bye, darling. Bye. Bye, darling.
Bye, Dee. Bye, David.
Bye, Patricia. One by one, everybody's leaving now, but we've been on quite a long time. Dave, did you find it or not find it?
It's one of these videos here. Look, see these part 3 interview. This guy here, this is Theoria. I can't remember his name. It's Theoria something. Theoria Apophysis. Check him out. He's got some unbelievable videos on magnetism, and he knows his stuff.
Series.
That's Ken Wheeler.
Oh, right.
That's Ken Wheeler.
I tried. Yeah, we tried to get him on Hangout, but what he goes is, I don't use this, I don't use that, that's crap, this is crap. And the only thing you can do is call his number in America. But I mean, that's quite expensive actually, calling a number. He doesn't want WhatsApp, he doesn't want anything else. And I've tried to explain to him a million times that his work is Series' work now. And we were hoping that maybe he'd want to see what his work looked like, but he's not that bothered, I don't think.
Yeah, I asked him about new cameras, like, and he wasn't interested in that either. I think he's quite bull-headed, but he is clever, isn't he? And he knows his stuff, and that's what I've been learning a bit about electromagnetism.
But on his live feeds, he's smiling the whole time. I think he loves it. He loves the attention.
Yeah, he does. He's quite a cool character, actually. And like I say, he does know his stuff. He's probably the only one who can explain how a magnet works.
When he goes live, his show is called Tattooed Monkey Going Live.
Yeah, he's big into photography, isn't he? I know that because, like I say, he's always reviewing cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
The other one we'd really like to get is Free Anarchy, but he's doing this project at the moment. So, anyway, what were you going to say, Dave?
I'm going to have to shoot off now because my missus is getting a bit bored.
Oh, sorry, Dave, another half.
Yeah, she's upstairs. She can't hear me.
Oh, okay. Dave,
I will give her a shout.
Thank you so much for coming on the Hangout. And you know I love you too.
Yeah, I love you too. Take care.
Bye, darling.
I'm going to cut it off now.
See you, Dave. Cheers, man.
Bye, darling. Bye.
See you, pal. See you all.
See you Sunday.
Yeah.
See you Sunday.
Yeah, see you Sunday. I'll be ready for home.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Right, I'm going to cut it off.
You can't get off. Bye. Bye, darling.
If he can figure out how to turn it off.
Yeah, I think he's gone now. It's just us three now. But, I mean, we've been going now for 4 hours and about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like
I'm well happy to just go off live now. So thanks to all in chat for hanging around, and we'll see you next time we're on.
Yeah, thank you very much to everybody in the chat room. Thank you, Series. Love you, Dee. Love you, Series. I'm going to cut the live. We're going quite quickly, chat room, but we'll be back very soon. So I'm going to cut the live feed now. Thanks very much. I'll just come back. Hang on. I'll just come back and say goodbye. I'm sitting here. Don't worry.
Sure.
Yay! Should we have, because it's us three, should we have a little group hug? Yeah? Group hug! Good to have a hug group. And a group hug for the chat room, for everybody who's still there.
Yeah, big hug to everyone out there.
Yeah, I'm going to cut the live feed now, and we'll see you really soon. Bye, everybody.